You wake up on Christmas Eve, 1649, in a cottage that smells like wet wool and yesterday's turnip stew. The fire has died. Your breath clouds in front of your face. Outside, the snow falls so thick you can't see the barn 20 feet away. This is Norway. This is winter. This is the edge of the known world, where night lasts 18 hours and God feels very, very far away. Your name doesn't matter. You're a farmer. You own 3 goats, half a pig, and a field that barely grows potatoes. Your hands are cracked from frost. Your children sleep in the corner, wrapped in sheepskins that still have the smell of the animal on them. Your wife is next to you, her breathing shallow and rhythmic, the only warm thing in this frozen box you call home. This is not a Christmas from a card. This is survival dressed in religious obligation. This is faith measured in whether you wake up tomorrow or freeze in your sleep. But tonight, something is different. You heard a sound. Not wind. Not wolves. Something else. Something that made the goats scream in the barn like their throats were being cut. Except when you stumble outside in your frozen boots, they're fine. Terrified, yes. Eyes rolling white in the lamplight. But fine. Alive. Unmarked. You stand there in the snow, lamp trembling in your hand, and that's when you hear it again. Above you. Not the wind. Not branches cracking under ice. A sound like bells? No. More like the creaking of leather and wood under strain. The way a ship's rigging sounds in a storm, except there's no ship. There's no ocean. There's just the black sky and the endless snow and something moving up there that shouldn't be moving at all. You look up. And then you see them. Shapes. Dark against the darkness. Four-legged. Antlered. Moving across the sky like they're running on invisible ground. Their bodies cutting through the storm with impossible grace. They glow faintly, not with fire, not with moonlight, but with something else. Something that makes your chest tighten and your breath catch and your rational mind scream that this isn't real. This can't be real, because animals don't fly. Except these do. They move in formation, pulling something behind them. A sleigh. Dark wood. Old. You can't see details through the snow, but you can see the shape of it, angular and deliberate, moving through the air like a ship through water. And there's someone driving it. You can't see their face. Can't see anything except a silhouette hunched forward, guiding the creatures with reins you can barely make out. The whole thing passes overhead in maybe 30 seconds. Silent except for that creaking sound. That leather and wood understrain sound. That sound that doesn't belong in the sky. And then they're gone. Just like that. Swallowed by the storm. The sky returns to its normal black emptiness. The wind howls. The snow falls. Everything goes back to being exactly as cold and miserable as it was 5 minutes ago. Except it's not. Because you saw something. And you know, with the kind of bone-deep certainty that comes from terror and awe mixed together. That your life just divided into before and after this moment. Behind you, your wife appears in the doorway, pulling a shawl over her nightdress. She doesn't say anything. She just stares at the sky with her mouth slightly open, her breath making little clouds in the freezing air. Then your neighbor stumbles out of his cottage. Then another. Then another. Soon half the village is standing outside in the snow, silent, staring upward like children, waiting for their parents to explain something they don't have words for. But there's no explanation. There's just the empty sky and the memory of something impossible. You stand there for a long time. Long enough that your feet go numb. Long enough that your wife tugs your sleeve and whispers that you'll freeze if you don't come inside. Long enough that some of the neighbors start muttering prayers under their breath. Old prayers, the kind that aren't quite Lutheran. The kind that remember older gods and older fears. When you finally go back inside, you can't sleep. You sit by the fire that refuses to stay lit and try to make sense of what you just saw. Because here's the thing. You're not crazy. You're not drunk. You're not feverish or starving or suffering from any of the things that make men see visions. You're just a farmer, a rational man, a Christian man. And Christians don't believe in flying animals, except you just saw them, and so did everyone else. Which means either the entire village has lost its mind simultaneously, or something just happened that doesn't fit into any sermon you've ever heard. Something that exists in the gap between what the church says is possible and what your own eyes just witnessed. And here's the thing about 1649. This isn't a world that handles ambiguity well. This is a Europe still bleeding from religious wars. The 30 Years' War just ended last year. Protestants and Catholics spent 3 decades slaughtering each other over whose version of God was correct. Entire regions were depopulated. Villages burned. Children starved. Famine and plague and theological rage turned the continent into a graveyard with borders. And now, in the fragile, exhausted peace, people are looking for signs, for proof that their suffering meant something. That God, their God, is still watching, still in control, still has a plan. And you just saw something fly across the sky. Something that doesn't fit into any official doctrine. Something that looks suspiciously like the old stories your grandmother used to tell before the priests made her stop. The next morning, you go to church. The whole village does. The priest is a thin man with hollowed eyes and a habit of speaking in parables, even when you ask him for bread. He leads the Christmas service like always. The same prayers, the same hymns, the same reminders that Christ was born to save us from sin and death. But when the service ends, people don't leave. They stay. They wait. And finally, one of them, old Born, who lost 2 sons in the war and hasn't smiled in 5 years, stands up and says what everyone's thinking. "Father, we saw something last night." The priest goes very still. "Tell me," he says. And so you do. You and Born and Helga, the widow, and young Christoph, who wants to be a scholar someday. You tell him about the creatures in the sky, about the sleigh, about the bells or leather or whatever that sound was. You tell him that it wasn't a dream, wasn't a trick of the storm, wasn't the devil trying to deceive good Christians on the holiest night of the year. It was real, and you all saw it. The priest listens. He doesn't interrupt. He doesn't scold. He just listens with that expression he gets when he's trying to decide whether someone needs prayer or exorcism. When you finish, he's quiet for a long time. Then he says, "Tell no one outside this village." But it's already too late. Because one of the shepherds who saw the sleigh has a cousin in Bergen, and that cousin talks to a merchant. And that merchant talks to a ship captain. And that captain talks to a clerk who works for the bishop. And by the end of January, your name, your unremarkable farmer's name, is written in a church record that will survive 4 centuries. If this feels too real, subscribe before it gets worse. Because this isn't a fairy tale. This is history deciding what counts as truth and what gets burned as heresy. Let's talk about Bishop Jens Berglund. He's 53 years old. He has gout that flares up whenever he drinks too much wine, which is often. He has political enemies in Copenhagen who would love to see him fail. He has a mistress disguised as a housekeeper who everyone knows about but no one mentions because that's how church politics works. He has a personal library containing 3 banned books that he keeps behind a false panel in his study. And he has a drinking problem that he justifies as necessary for medicating his gout, which is caused by his drinking problem, a perfect circle of Renaissance self-destruction. But he's also smart. Smart enough to know that when a farmer in the middle of nowhere claims to have seen flying reindeer pulling a sleigh through the Christmas sky, you don't laugh. You don't dismiss it. You don't burn him for witchcraft or exile him for madness. You investigate. Because here's what Bishop Berglund understands that most people don't. Religion isn't about truth. It's about power, and power is about controlling the narrative. Faith is the weapon. Miracles are the ammunition. And right now, in post-war Europe, the Lutheran Church needs ammunition. The Catholics have their bleeding statues and their weeping Madonnas and their saints whose bodies don't rot. The Orthodox have their icons that supposedly weep tears of blood. The Lutherans have ... what? Martin Luther's writings? A theological argument about justification by faith alone? That doesn't move peasants. That doesn't make people weep in churches. That doesn't make anyone willing to die for the cause. But flying reindeer? Flying reindeer on Christmas Eve, witnessed by an entire village of sober, God-fearing Lutherans? That's something. That's marketable. Birkeland receives the initial report in early February, delivered by a nervous deacon who rode 3 days through snow to bring it personally, rather than trust it to a letter that could be intercepted. The deacon is 24, earnest, believes in miracles the way children believe in fairness, desperately, despite all evidence to the contrary. "Your Excellency," the deacon says, shivering in his wet cloak. "The people of Kavam have witnessed a sign." Birkeland pours himself wine. Doesn't offer any to the deacon. What kind of sign? Creatures in the sky. Reindeer, they say, flying, pulling a sleigh. Birkeland drinks. Doesn't react. Just lets the silence stretch until the deacon starts fidgeting. How many witnesses? 12, Your Excellency. All confirmed. All consistent in their accounts. And how many were drunk? None, Your Excellency. It was Christmas Eve. They were preparing for service. How many are known liars? None, Your Excellency. These are simple farming people, honest. How many are mad? The deacon hesitates. I don't believe any of them are mad, Your Excellency. Birkeland sets down his wine and looks at the young man properly for the first time. Then, either they saw something real, or they saw something they all believe was real, which amounts to the same thing from my perspective. The deacon blinks. Your Excellency? Faith, Birkeland says, doesn't require truth. It requires conviction. If 12 people are convinced they saw flying reindeer, then for them, flying reindeer exist. And if they tell 12 more people and those people believe them, then flying reindeer exist for them too. Truth is what enough people agree on. Everything else is just noise. The deacon looks uncomfortable. This isn't what they teach at seminary. Birkeland continues. The question isn't whether the reindeer were real. The question is whether we can use this. Whether this helps or hurts the church. Whether Rome will hear about it and decide we're either blessed or heretical. But Your Excellency, if it was truly a miracle, then God will make that clear, Birkeland interrupts. In the meantime, I need facts. Not faith. Facts. I'm sending an investigative team to Kavam. A proper one. With a scholar who actually understands natural philosophy and can tell me if there's a rational explanation for this before I declare it divine intervention and stake my reputation on it. The deacon nods, clearly disappointed that his bishop isn't immediately declaring this the second coming. Birkeland dismisses him and sits alone in his study, staring at the fire. Here's what he's thinking. If this is real, if something genuinely impossible happened, then the theological implications are staggering. Because the Lutheran Church has spent a century arguing that miracles are rare, that the age of miracles essentially ended with the apostles, that Catholics are superstitious fools for believing in every weeping statue and bleeding host. But if God just sent flying reindeer to a Norwegian village, then maybe the Catholics aren't wrong. Maybe miracles are common. Maybe the divine is more active, more present, more weird than Lutheran theology has been willing to admit. Or maybe it wasn't God at all. Maybe it was something else. And that possibility is what keeps Birkeland awake at night. 3 weeks later, the investigative team arrives in Kavam. Birkeland didn't come himself too old, too much gout, too political. Instead, he sent 3 people. Father Anders Krag, a priest known for his skepticism and his ability to detect frauds. Henrik Moth, a Danish natural philosopher who specializes in what he calls rational theology, which is code for finding scientific explanations for supposedly miraculous events. And Sister Margrethe, a Lutheran nun who serves as scribe and unofficially as Berkland's spy. She reports directly to him, bypassing the official channels, telling him what the other 2 won't. They interview the witnesses separately. Father Krag asks about their spiritual state. Were they praying? Fasting? In a state of grace? Had they confessed recently? Were they troubled by sin? The answers are mundane. Yes, they were preparing for Christmas service. No, nothing unusual about their spiritual state. No recent confessions of major sins. Just ordinary farmers doing ordinary farmer things on Christmas Eve. Henrik Moth asks different questions. He wants details. What time exactly? What direction were the creatures moving? How fast? How high? What was the weather like? Could it have been a cloud formation? A flock of birds? An optical illusion caused by snow and moonlight? The witnesses are patient with him. They understand that he's trying to explain it away, but their answers are consistent and frustratingly specific. East to west, maybe 200 feet above the tree line. Faster than any animal should move. And no, it wasn't clouds or birds or moonlight. It was creatures with antlers, with bodies, with a sleigh behind them. Moth takes copious notes. He's frustrated. These people aren't stupid. They're not easily fooled. They know what birds look like. They know what clouds look like. They're farmers. They spend their lives watching the sky for weather patterns. And yet, they're all claiming they saw something impossible. Sister Margrethe asks the most dangerous questions. She asks, "Did you feel afraid?" Most say no. Some say yes. One woman says she felt something else. Not fear, not joy, but recognition. Like seeing someone you used to know but can't quite place. Margrethe writes this down in her private journal, the one she sent to Berkland. She asks, "Has anything changed since that night?" This question catches people off guard. Changed how? In your lives, Margrethe clarifies. In your fortune, your health, your faith. And here's where it gets interesting, because the answers are subtle but consistent. Old Bjorn's cough, the one that's plagued him for 3 winters, cleared up in January. Helga's goats, which should have produced less milk in winter, produced more. Young Kristoff, who'd been melancholy since his father died in the war, suddenly has energy again. Wants to study. Wants to live. Nothing dramatic. Nothing that couldn't be coincidence. But it's there. A quiet, persistent uplift in the village's fortune that no one talks about, because talking about luck feels like tempting fate. Margrethe writes it all down. That night, the 3 investigators compare notes in the priest's house, which is barely warmer than the cottages. Father Krag speaks first. They're telling the truth, or at least, they believe they're telling the truth. I find no evidence of deception or demonic influence. Moth nods reluctantly. I can't explain it. Every natural explanation I've considered fails. The weather that night was wrong for optical illusions. The timing was too precise. The witness accounts are too consistent. Either they all hallucinated the exact same thing, which is theoretically possible, but statistically improbable, or they saw something real that I don't have a framework to explain. Margrethe says nothing, just watches them both. Krag asks her, "What do you think, sister?" She considers her words carefully. I think something was given that night. Grace, maybe. Or luck. Or hope. Whatever you want to call it. And I think the people here feel it, even if they can't articulate it. A single quotes read ... lighter. Less burdened. Like someone lifted something off their shoulders. Moth frowns. That's not empirical. No, Margrethe agrees. But it's real. They return to Bergen in March. Birkeland reads their reports in order. Craig's official assessment, Moth's scientific analysis, Mulgready's private observations. Then he sits back and thinks. Here's his problem. If he declares this a miracle, he gives the people hope. He strengthens Lutheran faith in the north. He gives the church a powerful story to tell. But he also opens himself to mockery from Copenhagen, skepticism from intellectuals, and potential challenges from Rome, which doesn't like it when Protestant miracles happen. If he declares it a hoax or a delusion, he protects his reputation. But he also crushes the people of Kavam, destroys their faith, and confirms what many Northerners already suspect, that the church doesn't care about them, doesn't believe them, doesn't think their experiences matter. Both options are dangerous. So Birkeland does something clever. He writes a carefully worded pastoral letter. He doesn't call it a miracle. He calls it a sign, ambiguous, open to interpretation. He says that God works in mysterious ways, that the people of Kavam witness something extraordinary, that faith doesn't require explanation, it requires trust. He sends copies to every Lutheran church in Norway, and he waits to see what happens. What happens is this. The story spreads. Not officially, not through church channels, but through the invisible network of merchants and sailors and travelers who carry rumors faster than official documents. By summer, people in Sweden have heard about the flying reindeer. By autumn, someone in Denmark is writing a pamphlet about it. By winter, a Jesuit in Stockholm is sending coded letters back to Rome. And by the next Christmas Eve, thousands of people across Northern Europe are standing outside in the snow, staring at the sky, waiting to see if the reindeer will return. There's a man in Uppsala who thinks the earth revolves around the sun, and he's about to make everything worse. His name is Anders Fornander. He's 39 years old. He teaches mathematics and cartography at Uppsala University. He has a wife who wishes he'd focus on his career and stop reading banned books. He has 3 children who barely know him because he spends most of his time in his study, mapping coastlines and calculating astronomical tables. And he has a dangerous habit of asking questions that make bishops nervous. Fornander hears about the Kavam sighting in April from a visiting scholar who mentions it casually over dinner as an amusing anecdote. Flying reindeer in Norway, the scholar says, laughing. Apparently an entire village saw them. Can you imagine? Fornander doesn't laugh. He asks, when exactly? Christmas Eve, last December. What time? The scholar shrugs. I don't know. Late at night, I think. Why? And which direction were they traveling? Does it matter? Everything matters, Fornander says. He spends the next 3 months collecting every account he can find. He writes to contacts in Norway, Denmark, Sweden. He interviews sailors who've traveled northern routes. He compiles a list of similar sightings, because it turns out Kavam wasn't the only place. 3 days before the Kavam incident, a shepherd in Swedish Lapland reported seeing deer made of light cross the winter sky. 2 days after Kavam, a fisherman off the coast of Iceland described glowing creatures pulling something dark through the clouds. A week later, a Russian trapper near the White Sea saw the same thing, then a merchant in the Faroe Islands, then a monk on Shetland. All of them saw variations of the same phenomenon, all of them around Christmas. All of them in northern latitudes, all of them describing east to west movement. Fornander maps the sightings. He calculates dates and times and trajectories. And slowly, a pattern emerges. It's not random. It's not mass hysteria. It's systematic. Something is making multiple flights across northern Europe on a schedule. Fornander develops a theory. He calls it the celestial transit hypothesis. Here's the idea. What if the flying reindeer aren't miraculous in the sense of being impossible, but miraculous in the sense of being unknown? What if they're a natural phenomenon that occurs on a predictable cycle, rare, yes, but repeating? Like comets, like eclipses. Like any other astronomical event that seems magical until you understand the mathematics behind it. He thinks about aurora borealis, the northern lights that dance across Arctic skies. For centuries, people thought they were spirits or omens. Then natural philosophers realized they were atmospheric phenomena, interactions between solar wind and Earth's magnetic field. Not magic, physics. What if flying reindeer are the same? What if there's some unknown atmospheric condition? Some rare alignment of magnetic forces or air currents or something else entirely that allows certain animals to achieve temporary flight during the winter solstice? What if it happens every few decades or every century, but only in specific locations under specific conditions? It's a beautiful theory. It's elegant. It's scientific. It removes the need for divine intervention while still allowing for wonder. It's also completely wrong, but Fernander doesn't know that yet. He writes a treatise, 20 pages, dense with calculations and astronomical tables, and references to Kepler and Galileo and other scientists who've proven that the universe operates according to laws, not whims. He titles it, On the Cyclical Appearance of Aerial Phenomena in Northern Latitudes, a Natural Philosophical Inquiry. He doesn't mention God. He doesn't mention miracles. He just presents the data and suggests that further observation is needed. That scientists should establish monitoring stations across Scandinavia. That this could be a major discovery in natural philosophy if approached rationally. The treatise is printed in Uppsala, 50 copies. Most are bought by scholars and university libraries. A few reach curious clergy. One reaches Bishop Birkeland. He reads it in a single sitting. Then he burns it in his fireplace and watches the pages curl and blacken. Here's why Birkeland burns it. Because Fernander's theory, even though it's wrong, there's something unforgivable. It removes the need for God. If flying reindeer are natural phenomena, atmospheric anomalies, magnetic interactions, whatever, then they're not miracles. If they're not miracles, then God didn't send them. If God didn't send them, then the church has no authority to interpret them. And if the church has no authority to interpret them, then what's the point of having a church? Faith requires mystery. It requires the unexplainable. The moment you explain something, the moment you reduce it to physics and mathematics and natural law, it stops being holy. It starts being information. And information doesn't need priests. It needs teachers, scientists, people like Fernander who think the universe is a machine that can be understood through observation and reason. Birkeland understands that if Fernander's theory spreads, it will undermine everything the church is trying to build in the north. People will stop seeing the flying reindeer as a sign from God. They'll start seeing them as a curiosity, a puzzle to be solved, something to study rather than worship. And worship is what pays the bills. So Birkeland writes a letter, polite, concerned, suggesting that Fernander's natural philosophy is leading him toward materialist heresy. That while scientific inquiry is valuable, it must always remain subordinate to theological truth. That perhaps Fernander should focus on his cartography, which is useful and doesn't threaten anyone, and leave questions about divine signs to those trained in divinity. The letter is copied to the Swedish crown, to Uppsala's university board, to several influential clergy who owe Birkeland favors. Fernander is not arrested, not exiled, not burned at the stake, but his funding is quietly cut. His teaching load is increased. His requests for research support are denied. His articles are rejected from journals without explanation. Within 6 months, he's functionally blacklisted from academic circles. He continues working anyway, in his own time, on his own coin, but without institutional support. His research goes nowhere. He can't establish monitoring stations. Can't coordinate observations across regions. Can't gather the data he needs to prove or disprove his theory. He becomes increasingly isolated. His wife leaves him, taking the children. His colleagues avoid him at faculty gatherings. Students stop attending his lectures because everyone knows he's a dead-end associating with him won't help their careers. Fernando dies in 1667. He's 57. He dies poor, alone, in a rented room in Linköping. His notebooks are sold to pay his debts. Most are scattered. A few end up in Uppsala's library archive, unread, collecting dust for 2 centuries. In 1842, a Swedish historian researching pre-Enlightenment scientific thought discovers Fernander's work. He reads the celestial transit hypothesis. He reads the collected accounts of flying reindeer sightings. He reads Fernander's careful calculations and desperate pleas for funding. And he realizes that Anders Fernander wasn't crazy. He was just trying to understand something that his world wasn't ready to understand. But here's the thing about Fernander's theory. He was wrong. Wrong in the specific details, but right about something crucial. The flying reindeer weren't atmospheric phenomena. They weren't magnetic anomalies. They weren't natural at all in the way Fernander imagined. But they also weren't random. They were systematic, purposeful, operating according to rules. Just not natural rules. Because while Fernander was developing his theory in Uppsala, someone else was investigating the phenomenon from a completely different angle. Not through mathematics, not through theology, but through folklore. And what they discovered was far more disturbing than either science or religion was prepared to handle. Her name is Katarina Eld, and she's not supposed to exist in any official record. She's Sámi, 42 years old. Born in the Northern Territories, where Norway bleeds into Sweden bleeds into Finland, and no one's quite sure where the borders are because the borders keep moving depending on which king is winning which war. She speaks 4 languages: Sámi, Norwegian, Swedish, and a dialect of Finnish that most Finns can't understand. She can navigate by stars, predict weather by cloud patterns, and survive in conditions that would kill a trained soldier in 3 days. She's also a Noadia Sámi shaman, though she hates that word because what outsiders call her, not what her people call her. What her people call her is harder to translate. Something like one who knows the between places. Someone who walks the boundary between the visible world and the invisible one. Between the human realm and the realm of spirits. Between what Christians call reality and what Sámi call the other layers of the world. The Lutherans would burn her if they could catch her doing it. But they can't catch her because she's careful, and because most Lutherans don't believe Sámi magic is real. They think it's just superstition, folk theater, harmless nonsense that will fade once the natives are properly Christianized. They're wrong. Katarina hears about the Kavam sighting in February from a cousin who trades with Norwegian farmers. The cousin tells her the story over a fire in a lavua, traditional Sámi tent while wind howls outside and reindeer grunt and shuffle in the darkness beyond the firelight. The Norwegians saw the sky deer, the cousin says. The ones pulling the old sleigh. Katarina stops stirring the pot. Are you sure? 12 witnesses, maybe more. All saw the same thing. Where? Kavam, south of here. Christian territory. Katarina is quiet for a long time. Then she says, that's not good. Why not? Because if the Christians start believing in the sky deer, they'll want to control them. And you can't control what you don't understand. Her cousin frowns. Do we understand them? Katarina smiles, but it's not a happy smile. We understand them better than the Christians do. We know what they are. We know why they come. We know the old bargain. And what is the old bargain? That's what I need to find out, Katarina says. Because something must have changed. The sky deer don't usually fly where Christians can see them. They know better. They've been avoiding Christian settlements for 200 years. But now they're flying over Norwegian villages on Christmas Eve? That's not an accident. That's a message, or a warning, or ... double quote, she trails off. Or what? Her cousin asks. Or someone broke the rules, Katarina says quietly. And now we're all going to pay for it. Katarina spends the next 3 months traveling. Not like Anders Fernander travels, with letters of introduction and university credentials, and the assumption that people will talk to him because he's educated and important. Katarina travels the way Sámi have always traveled, quietly, following reindeer migration routes, staying with cousins and distant relatives and people who owe her family favors that go back generations. She talks to elders, the old ones who remembered the time before Christianity became mandatory, when you could still worship the old gods without being punished for it. The ones who remember what their grandparents told them, and what their grandparents' grandparents told them. Oral histories going back centuries, preserved in songs and stories and careful metaphors that hide dangerous knowledge in plain sight. She asks about the sky deer. At first, people are reluctant to talk. Not because they don't trust her, they do, but because talking about the sky deer to someone who hasn't been initiated into the deeper mysteries is dangerous. Words have power. Names have power. Some things shouldn't be spoken aloud where spirits might hear. But Katarina is no 80. She knows how to ask. She knows the right offerings to make, the right songs to sing, the right way to frame questions so they're not demands but invitations. Slowly, the stories emerge. Here's what Katarina learns. The sky deer are old. Older than Christianity. Older than the Viking gods. Older than human memory reaches. They belong to the time before the world hardened into its current shape, when boundaries between different realms were more fluid, when magic was just part of how things worked rather than something that needed explaining. They serve someone, not a god, exactly. More like ... a function. A role that someone has to fill to keep the world balanced. Different cultures have different names for this role. The Winter King, the Gift Bringer, the Old Man of the North, the Guardian of the Threshold. The Sámi call him Okchi, Father, but not in a Christian sense. Father meaning the one who provides, who gives what's needed, not what's wanted, who maintains the balance between light and dark, between plenty and scarcity, between life and death during the long winter. The sky deer fly once a year on the longest night, carrying gifts. Not toys or gold or anything material. They carry potential, seeds of luck, small blessings, interventions that tip the scales just enough to keep people from despair during the darkest season. A sick child recovers. A barren goat produces milk. A widow finds a forgotten store of food. Nothing dramatic. Nothing that couldn't be coincidence. But enough. Just enough to keep hope alive through winter. For centuries, oxen and sky deer stayed in the far north, in territories beyond Christian control. They served the Sámi, the northern tribes, the people who still remembered the old ways. They avoided Christian settlements because Christians worship a different God, follow different rules. The two systems weren't compatible, but something changed. Around 1600, Christian missionaries pushed deeper into Sámi territories than ever before. They burned Seidis sacred Sámi sites. They forced conversions. They punished anyone caught practicing the old religion. They tried to erase Sámi spirituality and replace it with Lutheran doctrine. And the Sámi people suffered. Winters got harder. Reindeer herds failed. Children died. The old protections, the old blessings that Oki provided started failing because the people who needed them most were being forced to reject them. So Oki made a decision. He expanded his route. He started flying over Christian settlements too. Started leaving his small blessings wherever people needed them, regardless of what God they worshipped. Because need is need. Suffering is suffering. And his function, his purpose, is to prevent winter from breaking people's spirits entirely. But flying over Christian settlements meant being seen. And being seen meant being interpreted. And being interpreted by Christians meant being absorbed into Christian mythology, whether he wanted that or not. Katerina understands now why the sky deer appeared over Kavam. Not because God sent them. Because Oki is trying to save people that the church is failing to save. People suffering in the aftermath of war, and villages devastated by plague and famine. In a world where institutional religion has become more about power than mercy. He's doing his job. The job he's always done. Providing just enough hope to survive winter. But the Christians don't see it that way. They see a miracle. A sign from God. Proof that their faith is correct. And that's dangerous. Because if the church claims authority over the sky deer, if bishops and priests start interpreting Okji as a Christian phenomenon, then they'll want to control it, to regulate it, to decide who deserves blessings and who doesn't, to turn generosity into doctrine, mystery into policy, grace into something you have to earn through proper belief. And that's not how Oksi works. He doesn't judge. He doesn't discriminate. He doesn't care if you're Lutheran or Catholic or pagan or nothing at all. He just sees suffering and responds. He sees winter crushing people and gives them just enough strength to make it to spring. If the church tries to claim him, they'll break him. And if they break him, winter will become unbearable for everyone. Katerina decides she needs to find Okchi, not to stop him, not to warn him off, but to ask him what he wants, what his plan is. Because surely he knew that flying over Kavam would cause exactly this kind of chaos. Surely he understood that Christians would interpret his gifts as miracles from their God. Surely he foresaw bishops and scholars and theologians all fighting over what it means. So why did he do it anyway? She prepares for the journey the way Noedi have always prepared, with ritual, with offerings, with songs that open doors between worlds. She fasts for 3 days. She sits in darkness. She drums until her hands bleed and her mind empties, and she can hear the voices that most people never hear. The whispers of spirits, the songs of the land, the deep hum of the world's oldest magic. And then she travels. Not physically. Not exactly. Her body stays in the lavu, breathing slowly, watched over by her cousin, who's been trained never to wake her, no matter what happens. But her consciousness, her spirit, her soul, whatever you want to call the part of you that can exist separate from flesh travels north. Through forests that exist in multiple layers of reality simultaneously. Past lakes that reflect skies from different seasons all at once. Into mountains that are older than geology, that remember when the world was younger and stranger and full of possibilities that have since been forgotten or forbidden. She travels for what feels like days but is actually hours, following traces that most people can't perceive. The faint tracks of reindeer that fly, the scent of old magic, the echo of bells that ring in frequencies human ears can barely detect. And finally, she finds him. Okchi is not what she expected. She expected someone ancient, someone terrible and beautiful and obviously supernatural, something that would make sense in the old stories. What she finds instead is a man. Just a man. Maybe 50, maybe 500 age works differently here, in this between place where she's meeting him. He's dressed in layers of fur and wool, practical clothes for someone who spends a lot of time in severe cold. His face is weathered, his hands scarred from work. He looks like a trapper, a herder, someone who lives hard and dies young, except he hasn't died at all. He's sitting by a fire that produces no smoke, in a clearing that exists in no geography she recognizes. The sky deer are nearby, resting, their antlers glowing faintly in the strange twilight. The sleigh is parked behind him, empty now, waiting for the next winter's run. He looks up when she arrives. He doesn't seem surprised. Katarina Eld, he says. His voice is like wind in high places, like ice cracking in spring. I wondered when you'd come. She sits across from him, shows proper respect. You knew the Christians would see you. Yes. You knew they'd misunderstand. Yes. You knew it would cause problems. Yes. She waits. He owes her an explanation, and they both know it. Finally, he speaks. The old world is dying, he says quietly, not quickly, not dramatically, but dying. The forests are smaller. The wild places are fewer. The people who remember the old ways, who understand how things really work, are being converted or killed or forced to forget. In another century, maybe two, there will be no one left who knows what I am, what I do, why I matter. He pokes the fire with a stick that might be wood or might be something else. I've been flying the same routes for 1,000 years, longer, staying in the far north, serving the people who still believe. But those people are disappearing. And the people replacing them, the Christians, the ones who build churches and write everything down in books, they're suffering too. Maybe more, because they've lost the protections the old ways provided. They're dying of cold and hunger and despair, and their new God isn't stopping it. Their priests talk about salvation in the next life, but do nothing for suffering in this one. He looks at her directly. I can't just let them suffer. That's not what I am. So I expanded my route. I started flying where they could see me, leaving gifts even though they don't know me, don't worship me, don't understand me, because they need me. And need is the only prayer I've ever answered. Katarina understands, but she also sees the danger. The church will try to claim you, she says. They'll turn you into a saint or a demon or a symbol. They'll write you into their mythology. They'll change what you mean. I know. And that doesn't bother you? He smiles, and it's sad and old and tired. Let them try. Let them write their stories and their doctrines and their official interpretations. Let the bishops argue about whether I'm sent by God or the devil. Let the scholars develop their theories about atmospheric phenomena and magnetic anomalies. Let them all think they understand. And what will you do? What I've always done, he says simply. I'll keep flying. I'll keep giving. I'll keep showing up every winter, whether they believe in me or not. Because the work matters more than the recognition. The gift matters more than the credit. And if they want to call me a miracle or a mystery or a meteorological anomaly, that's fine. As long as they feel hope when they see me. As long as they make it through winter. As long as they remember, somewhere deep in their bones, that generosity still exists in the world. Katarina is quiet for a long time. Then she asks, what happens when they stop believing entirely? When science explains everything and magic becomes nothing but children's stories. Oaksa looks at the fire. Then I'll adapt again. Change forms. Change names. Find new ways to be seen without being understood. I've survived the death of 12 pantheons. I'll survive the death of mystery too. Because humans will always need what I give. They'll just call it different things. Luck. Coincidence. The kindness of strangers. Random chance. It doesn't matter what they call it. As long as they receive it. You're not afraid of being forgotten? Forgotten? He laughs, and it sounds like wind chimes in a storm. Katarina, I've been forgotten 1,000 times. Every generation forgets me, and then rediscovers me under a new name. That's how this works. I'm not trying to be remembered. I'm trying to be useful. There's a difference. He stands. The fire dies without being extinguished, just fades like it was never there. Tell your people the truth, he says. Tell them I'm still here, still working, still protecting them even as the church tries to convert them. And tell the Christians nothing, because they wouldn't believe you anyway. They need to interpret me through their own framework. That's fine. I'm used to it. And if the church tries to stop you, If they declare you demonic, he smiles. Let them try. I've been called demon before. I've been called God before. Names don't touch me. Doctrine doesn't bind me. I operate on older laws than any church has written. And I'll keep operating until winter stops being hard and humans stop needing hope. He walks toward the sleigh. The sky deer stand, ready, their breath visible in the strange air. Go back, Katerina. You have your answer. I'm not broken. I'm not lost. I'm not making a mistake. I'm doing what needs to be done. Consequences be damned. Which is what I've always done. And the consequences? She asks. He climbs into the sleigh, takes up the reins, looks back at her one last time. The consequences are never my problem, he says. They're humanity's. I give the gift. What you do with it is up to you. And then he's gone. The sky deer leap into motion, pulling the sleigh upward into a sky that exists in no season and all seasons at once. Katerina watches until there's just a faint glow in the distance. Then less than that, then nothing. She opens her eyes. She's back in the lavvu. Her cousin is watching her anxiously. You were gone for hours, he says. Are you okay? Katerina nods. Then she reaches for water, drinks deeply, grounds herself back in her body. Did you find him? Her cousin asks. Yes. And? And we're on our own, Katerina says quietly. He's going to keep flying. The Christians are going to keep misinterpreting. And we're caught in the middle, watching two different versions of reality collide. What do? Katerina stands, stretches, feels her joints crack. We survive. We remember. We keep the true stories alive, even if no one believes us. Because someday, when Christianity fades the way everything eventually fades, people will need to remember what he really was. Not a saint. Not a miracle. Just ... necessary. The way winter is necessary. The way darkness is necessary, so light means something. She pulls on her coat, preparing to travel again, physically this time. Back to her people. Back to the scattered Sámi communities who still remember the old ways. And if the church burns us for heresy? Her cousin asks. Katerina smiles grimly. Then we burn knowing the truth, which is more than most people get. That summer, Katerina travels from camp to camp, telling the elders what she learned. They listen. They nod. They're not surprised. The Christians always take our gods, one old woman says. They took our sacred sites and built churches on them. They took our festivals and renamed them saints' days. Now they're taking Akji and calling him a miracle. This is what they do. This is what they've always done. So what do? A younger man asks. The old woman shrugs. We remember. We tell the true stories. And we wait. Because empires fall. Churches crumble. But winter always comes back. And when it does, Okchi will still be flying. Whether they call him miracle or myth or make-believe doesn't change what he is, Katerina adds. And we protect the knowledge. Write nothing down the Christians burn books, but teach the children. Teach them the songs. Teach them how to recognize Okiji when they see him. Teach them the difference between Christian miracles and Sámi magic, because someday, someone will need to know. The elders agree. And so the knowledge is preserved, not in books or treatises or official records, but in songs sung around fires, in stories told to children, in carefully guarded oral traditions that survive precisely because they were never written down, never made official, never exposed to the mechanisms of institutional control. And far to the south, in Bergen, Bishop Birkeland makes a decision. He's going to declare the Kavam sighting a genuine miracle. Not because he believes it, not because he understands it, but because his church needs it. His people need it. And sometimes, faith requires embracing mystery even when reason rebels. He drafts a proclamation, and everything accelerates. Bishop Birkeland's proclamation is released on June 15, 1649, and it's a masterpiece of theological ambiguity. It doesn't call the flying reindeer a miracle. It calls them a divine manifestation. It doesn't claim to understand what they are. It simply acknowledges that 12 credible witnesses saw something extraordinary on Christmas Eve, that this event occurred during the holiest night of the Christian calendar, and that the Church recognizes God's capacity to work in mysterious and unexpected ways. The proclamation is short, 3 paragraphs, carefully worded to avoid making claims that could be disproven later. It ends with a directive. Churches across Norway should observe a special day of thanksgiving, acknowledging God's mysterious presence in the north, celebrating the wonder of faith that transcends understanding. It's brilliant strategy. Birkeland doesn't try to explain the phenomenon. He just wraps it in holy language and hands it to the people as a gift. Look, he's saying, God is here. God sees you. God cares enough to send signs, even to poor farmers in frozen villages. Your suffering hasn't been ignored. The proclamation spreads through official church channels, copied by scribes, read from pulpits, discussed in parish halls. But it also spreads through unofficial channels. Travelers carry copies, merchants gossip about it in marketplaces, sailors discuss it in taverns across the Baltic. Within weeks, people across Scandinavia know that the Lutheran Church has acknowledged something impossible happened. Not endorsed it as absolute truth. Not declared it doctrine. Just acknowledged it. Left space for wonder, and people respond. In villages across Norway, Sweden, and Denmark, attendance at Christmas services increases dramatically in 1649. People who haven't been to church in months suddenly show up, not because they've become more devout, because they're curious, because they want to be part of something larger than themselves, because the possibility of mystery, of genuine divine intervention in their ordinary lives is intoxicating after years of war and plague and grinding poverty. Churches that usually hold 50 people at Christmas midnight mass suddenly host 100. Priests who normally preach to half-empty pews find themselves addressing packed congregations. Offerings increase. Tithes are paid more consistently. The institutional church, which has been struggling financially and spiritually in the post-war exhaustion, suddenly has energy again. And all of it traces back to Birkeland's decision to acknowledge something he doesn't understand. But there's a cost, because once you acknowledge mystery, you lose control of the narrative. By October, competing interpretations of the flying reindeer are proliferating across Northern Europe. Some Lutheran ministers preach that the reindeer are angels in disguise, sent by God to remind Christians of His power during their darkest season. They cite biblical precedent. God has always used unexpected forms for His messengers. Burning bushes, pillars of fire. Why not flying animals? Other ministers are more cautious. They suggest the reindeer might be a test God's way of seeing who will remain faithful even when confronted with strangeness. They warn against making hasty theological conclusions. They emphasize that faith shouldn't require spectacular signs. A few radical preachers go further. They claim the reindeer are proof that the end times are approaching, that the normal laws of nature are breaking down as the world prepares for Christ's return, that Christians should repent immediately because the second coming is imminent. And then there are the folk interpretations, the ones that circulate outside official church channels. Peasants whisper that the reindeer are spirits of the old gods, still fighting against Christianity. Grandmothers tell children that the flying deer bring luck if you see them, death if you don't. Sailors claim that spotting the reindeer means safe passage through winter storms. None of these interpretations are official, but all of them spread. And Birkeland realizes he's created something he can't control. The Catholics notice. Of course, they notice. Rome has spies everywhere, and Lutheran miracles are exactly the kind of thing the Vatican tracks obsessively. If Protestants start claiming divine endorsement through spectacular signs, it undermines Rome's argument that Protestant churches are heretical and therefore cut off from God's grace. In September, a papal brief circulates among Jesuit missionaries in Northern Europe. The brief doesn't mention the flying reindeer explicitly. Rome is too sophisticated for that. But it reminds missionaries to be vigilant about false signs and demonic deceptions, masquerading as holy manifestations, and suggests that the enemy of souls often uses spectacle to lead the faithful astray. The subtext is clear. If Protestants are claiming miracles, undermine them. Father Giulio Mazzarini, the Jesuit who first heard rumors about Cavam, receives instructions to intensify his investigation. Not publicly, not officially, but quietly, through back channels. He's told to determine whether the flying reindeer can be explained away as natural phenomena, mass hallucination, or best-case scenario demonic activity. Because if Rome can prove the reindeer are demonic, then Berkeland's proclamation becomes evidence of Protestant corruption. Proof that Lutheran churches are so spiritually compromised that they can't distinguish between divine and diabolical signs. It's perfect Vatican politics. Turn your enemy's miracle into their damnation. Mazzarini recruits Father Klaus Bergman, the Jesuit who investigated Cavam earlier. They meet in Stockholm in late October, in a room above a printer's shop that Jesuits use for discreet conversations. The room smells like ink and old paper. The windows are shuttered. Bergman reports his findings. The phenomenon appears genuine. I've interviewed witnesses, examined the site, consulted with natural philosophers. I can't explain it through conventional means. Mazzarini nods. And the spiritual effects? Ambiguous. Ambiguous. The village experienced improved fortune after the sighting. Better harvests, recoveries from illness, general uplift in morale. But it's subtle. Nothing that couldn't be coincidence or demonic manipulation, Mazzarini suggests. The devil gives gifts too. Tempts people with prosperity before claiming their souls. Bergman looks uncomfortable. The people don't seem corrupted. If anything, they're more faithful, more hopeful. They attribute their good fortune to God's mercy, not dark powers, which is exactly how Satan would want them to interpret it, Mazzarini says smoothly. That's the nature of spiritual deception. The devil appears as an angel of light, offering gifts that seem innocent but ultimately lead away from true faith. These people think they're experiencing divine favor, but they're actually being seduced into believing that God operates outside the sacramental structure of his church. Bergman says nothing. He's Jesuit enough to appreciate the argument's elegance, even if he doesn't fully believe it. Mazzarini continues. Here's what Rome wants. We need to plant doubt. Not publicly. We're not trying to start a theological war, but quietly, through sermons and pamphlets and conversations in the right circles, we suggest that the flying reindeer might not be what they seem. That Christians should be wary of signs that bypass church authority. That true miracles are authenticated by Rome, not claimed by individual bishops in Protestant territories. And if the Lutherans push back, let them. The harder they defend this, the more invested they become. And the more invested they become, the more devastating it will be if we eventually prove it's demonic, or fraudulent, or simply mass delusion. Bergman nods slowly. What do you need from me? Keep investigating. Look for contradictions in witness accounts. Talk to people who didn't see anything. There must be some. Find the skeptics. Find anyone with a motive to fabricate this. And most importantly, find connections to pre-Christian practices. Anything that links the reindeer to pagan traditions. Because if we can show this is just old superstition dressed up as Lutheran miracle, we undermine the whole thing. That might be difficult, Bergman says carefully. The Sámi do have stories about flying deer, very old stories. But the Kavam witnesses are all Christian farmers with no obvious connection to Sámi traditions. Find the connection, Mazarini says. It's there. These things always overlap. Folk magic bleeds into folk Christianity, bleeds into official religion. Find where the boundaries blur, and we'll have our argument. While Jesuits plod, something else is happening. Artists are starting to depict the flying reindeer. Not officially commissioned art, not church-approved iconography. Just ordinary craftsmen and painters responding to a story that's captured popular imagination. A woodcarver in Bergen creates a small sculpture of a reindeer mid-leap, antlers swept back, intended as a Christmas decoration. A painter in Uppsala produces a canvas showing silhouetted deer against a winter sky, pulling an ambiguous dark shape. A tapestry maker in Copenhagen weaves a scene of starry night sky with four-legged creatures that could be deer or it could be something else, deliberately vague enough to avoid heresy charges. These aren't great art. They're folk art, cheap art, made to sell to people who want a piece of the mystery in their homes. But they spread. They become popular. And gradually, an iconography emerges. Reindeer as symbols of Christmas, of winter, of hope during dark times. It's the beginning of something much larger, though no one realizes it yet. The reindeer are being domesticated into culture, stripped of their strangeness, their threat, their connection to powers outside Christian control. Made safe, made marketable, made cute, which is exactly what happens to every wild thing that touches civilization. It gets turned into decoration. December 1649 approaches. Across northern Europe, people are watching the skies. Churches prepare special services for Christmas Eve. Priests write sermons about mystery and faith. Families plan to stay awake, hoping to witness what Kavam witnessed. Merchants stock extra candles because people want to keep lights burning all night, afraid they'll miss the moment if they sleep. There's an electricity in the air, an anticipation. For the first time in years, maybe decades, Christmas feels like it might actually be magical instead of just another grim winter ritual. Bishop Birkeland feels the pressure. He's created expectations he can't control. If the reindeer don't appear again, people will be disappointed. They'll question whether the original sighting was real. His proclamation will look foolish. His enemies in Copenhagen will use it against him. But if the reindeer do appear again, then he'll have confirmed something genuinely miraculous. Something that will change Northern European Christianity forever. Something that Rome can't ignore and Copenhagen can't dismiss. He prays, not for the reindeer to return, just for clarity, for understanding, for some sense of what God wants from all this. He gets no answer, which, he reflects bitterly, is pretty much how prayer has always worked for him. And far to the north, in places where Christian prayers don't reach, Aki prepares for his annual flight. The sky deer are restless. They sense something different this year. The air feels heavier. More eyes watching. More expectations pressing down like atmospheric pressure before a storm. Aki checks the sleigh. Loads it with his gifts, not physical objects, but something more essential. Seeds of hope. Fragments of grace. Small interventions that will tip the balance for people who need them most. A child who would have died will survive. A family on the edge of starvation will find unexpected food. A widow's grief will lighten just enough that she chooses to keep living. He's been doing this for so long that the routine is automatic. But this year feels different. This year, he knows he's not just delivering gifts. He's delivering consequences. Because once you're seen, you can't control what people see in you. Once you're interpreted, you can't control the interpretation. Once you're named, the name takes on its own life, separate from what you actually are. He's been forgotten and remembered a dozen times throughout history. Each time, humans reshape him into whatever they need him to be. Sometimes he's a god. Sometimes he's a saint. Sometimes he's a story told to children. Sometimes he's denied entirely, dismissed as primitive superstition. It doesn't matter. The work continues regardless. But this time might be different. This time, he flew over Christian territory deliberately, broke his own rules, let himself be seen by people who would absolutely try to claim him, explain him, control him. He did it because it was necessary, because those people needed him. But necessity doesn't prevent consequences. On December 24, 1649, the sky deer fly again. And this time, thousands of people are watching. Christmas Eve, 1649. The sky is clear for the first time in weeks. That's the first strange thing. All across Scandinavia, winter storms have been relentless since October snow and wind and darkness that make even seasoned northerners nervous. But tonight, Christmas Eve, the storms break, the clouds part, stars appear. The moon rises full and bright, turning snow-covered landscapes into something almost beautiful, almost forgiving. It feels deliberate, staged, like someone pulled back a curtain specifically for tonight's performance. Thousands of people are outside. In villages from Iceland to Finland, from northern Norway to Denmark, people who should be inside staying warm are standing in the cold, staring upward, waiting. Some are in church courtyards after midnight mass, priests included. Some are in town squares. Some are alone in fields, having walked away from their families specifically to have solitude for this moment. Everyone's watching. Everyone's waiting. And at approximately 2:17 a.m. calculated later, by scholars comparing accounts, the sky deer appear. This time, it's not subtle. Last year, they were glimpsed through storm and darkness. A handful of witnesses in a single village, easy to dismiss, easy to question. This year, they fly under a clear sky, illuminated by the full moon, visible across hundreds of miles of territory. In Bergen, a group of merchants standing outside a tavern see them first. 4 deer or 8. Accounts vary, moving across the southern sky, glowing with pale light. Not natural light. Not moonlight reflection. Something else. Something internal, like they're made of light trapped in flesh. They're pulling a sleigh. The sleigh is clearer this time. Dark wood, old construction, packed with ... something. No one can see what, but it's full, heavy. The deer strain against their harnesses in a way that suggests weight, purpose, cargo. Someone in the crowd screams, not from fear, from awe, from the overwhelming shock of seeing something impossible confirmed as real. The deer move fast, faster than last year's witnesses described. They cross the entire sky in maybe 90 seconds, east to west, and then they're gone, disappeared into distance or dimension. Impossible to tell which. The merchants stand in silence for a full minute after they vanish. Then chaos. Everyone starts talking at once, confirming what they saw, checking that others saw it too, making sure this wasn't individual hallucination but collective reality. Within an hour, the entire city of Bergen knows. By morning, messengers are riding toward other towns, carrying news that's both miraculous and terrifying. It happened again. In Kvam, the village of the original sighting, the people are ready. They've prepared for this night like it's a second Christmas, which in a way it is. The whole village is outside. Every man, woman, and child who can walk. They've built bonfires in a circle around the church, both for warmth and for light, for marking this as sacred space. The priest stands at the center, holding a Bible, not sure what to do with it, but feeling like it should be present for whatever's about to happen. When the sky deer appear, there's a collective gasp. It sounds like the village itself is breathing. They're more visible this year, close enough that people can see details. The texture of the deer's fur, the intricate patterns of their antlers, the way their hooves seem to run on invisible ground. The sleigh is clearer two old timber, iron fittings, curved runners designed for snow that isn't there. And the driver. That's the detail everyone will argue about later. Some people swear they saw a figure, hunched forward, holding reins, face obscured by hood or shadow or distance. Others insist there was no driver, that the sleigh was moving by itself, guided by the deer alone. Still others claim they saw something but can't describe it, like their minds refused to process whatever it was. The priest, watching with tears streaming down his face, says later that he saw nothing in the driver's seat except a profound sense of intention. Not a person. Just ... Purpose, made visible. The sleigh passes directly over Kevin, and as it does, something happens. Snow begins to fall. Not natural snow. Not from clouds. Just suddenly, there's snow in the air, falling from nowhere, glowing faintly, disappearing before it hits the ground. It falls on the villagers like a blessing, like confetti, like something between weather and grace. People reach up to touch it. It feels cold, then warm, then like nothing at all. It melts on contact but leaves a sensation, a tingling, a lightness, a feeling one woman later describes as like someone lifted a stone I didn't know I was carrying. The snow falls for maybe 20 seconds, then stops. The sky deer are already gone. The village stands in silence, everyone looking at each other, trying to process what just happened. Trying to find words for an experience that exists outside vocabulary. Finally, someone starts singing. A hymn. Others join. Within minutes, the whole village is singing, voices rough with cold and emotion, singing praise to ... something. God. Probably. But maybe something older. Maybe something that doesn't require names. They sing until dawn. Across Northern Europe, the pattern repeats. In Stockholm, a crowd gathered outside the royal palace witnesses the flight. Swedish nobles in expensive furs stand next to common laborers in rags, all staring upward with identical expressions of shock. Social hierarchy collapses momentarily in the face of shared impossibility. In Copenhagen, the sky deer appear over the harbor. Sailors on ships see them reflected in the dark water, doubled, moving through sky and sea simultaneously. One captain swears the water where their reflection touched glowed for hours afterward, though no one can confirm this. In Reykjavik, an Icelandic poet sees them and immediately composes a verse that will become famous. The old gods returned on Christmas, not to punish but to remind that wonder is not dead, just sleeping, like the land in winter. In Finnish villages, in Estonian ports and Latvian farms, in places so remote they barely have names on maps, people see the flight. See the deer. See the sleigh. See proof that reality is bigger and stranger than any authority has told them. By the morning of December 25, 1649, thousands of people across Northern Europe have witnessed something impossible. And now the real problems begin, because witnessing is one thing. Interpretation is another. Within days, competing narratives emerge. Everyone agrees the sky deer are real. You can't have thousands of witnesses and dismiss it as hallucination. But what the deer mean is suddenly the most contested question in Northern European theology. Lutheran ministers preach that the deer are God's affirmation of Protestant faith. They cite the fact that sightings concentrated in Lutheran territories. They argue that God is sending signs specifically to Northern Europe as validation that Luther's reforms were correct. That Rome may have its miracles, but the North has these wilder, stranger, more divine precisely because they don't fit into neat theological categories. Some sermons get apocalyptic. Preachers claim the sky deer are harbingers of the end times, that the normal order of creation is breaking down as the world prepares for Christ's return, that Christians should repent immediately, give away possessions, prepare for judgment. Other sermons are more measured. They suggest the deer are a mystery meant to humble human understanding, that God is reminding Christians that faith doesn't require explanation, that some things should be accepted with wonder rather than analyzed to death. And then there are the folk interpretations, spreading through taverns and marketplaces, largely ignoring official theology. These versions are messier, more syncretic, blending Christianity with older beliefs that were never fully eradicated. People whisper that the deer are spirits of ancestors, returning during the darkest night to bless the living, that the sleigh carries souls of the dead who aren't ready to leave, that if you see the deer, you'll have good luck for the coming year, that if you make a wish while they're visible, it'll come true. These beliefs proliferate despite or maybe because of their unofficial status. They spread through grandmothers who tell children stories the priests would call heretical if they heard them, through migrant workers who carry tailies from one region to another, through sailors who blend together traditions from every port they visit. The sky deer are becoming myth in real time. Bishop Birkeland is in over his head. His proclamation last summer acknowledged mystery, but now mystery has exploded beyond his control. He receives letters daily from priests asking for guidance. What should they tell their congregations? How should they interpret this? Is there official doctrine? Should they encourage the folk beliefs or suppress them? Birkeland doesn't know. He convenes a meeting of Lutheran clergy in Bergen in January 1650. 30 priests, deacons, and theology scholars crowd into the bishop's residence, arguing over what the sky deer mean. The meeting lasts 3 days and accomplishes nothing except confirming that no one has any idea what they're dealing with. One faction wants to declare the deer unambiguously miraculous and build an entire theological framework around them. Create a new feast day. Commission art. Establish Cavum as a pilgrimage site. Make this the center of Northern Lutheran identity. Another faction is horrified by this idea. They argue that chasing miracles is Catholic behavior, that Luther specifically warned against basing faith on spectacle, that Protestants should focus on Scripture and personal relationship with God, not on supernatural signs. A third faction suggests ignoring the whole thing. Let it fade from public consciousness. Stop talking about it. Within a few years, people will forget and life will return to normal. This faction is shouted down by everyone else, who point out that you can't ignore something thousands of people witnessed. The meeting ends with compromise that satisfies no one. Individual priests are authorized to interpret the sky deer in whatever way best serves their congregations, as long as they don't contradict core Lutheran doctrine, which basically means, do whatever you want, but don't get us in trouble with Copenhagen or Rome. It's the ecclesiastical equivalent of throwing up your hands and hoping the problem resolves itself. Rome is watching all of this with intense interest. Pope Innocent X receives reports throughout January. Jesuit spies send coded letters describing the theological chaos in Lutheran territories. The Vatican sees an opportunity. If the Lutherans can't agree on what their own miracle means, Rome can exploit that division. Suggest that the confusion itself is evidence of spiritual error. That if this were truly from God, clarity would follow. That the Protestant tendency toward individual interpretation, their whole priesthood of all believers, concept inevitably leads to this kind of chaos. The Vatican drafts a carefully worded statement. It doesn't explicitly address the sky deer. It doesn't need to. It simply reaffirms that authentic miracles are authenticated through proper church authority. That extraordinary phenomena require careful investigation by trained theologians. That rushing to declare things miraculous without Rome's blessing is spiritually dangerous. The subtext is clear. You Protestants are playing with forces you don't understand. Father Mazzarini, reading the statement in his rooms in Florence, smiles. It's perfectly calibrated. Condescending enough to irritate Lutherans, but reasonable enough that they can't effectively argue against it. How do you fight someone who's telling you to be more careful and thoughtful? But Mazarini is also uneasy, because he's read all the reports. He's seen the witness lists, he's studied the patterns. And here's what troubles him. The sky deer sightings don't fit any known pattern of demonic activity or mass delusion or natural phenomena. Demonic manifestations tend toward the malevolent. They frighten, corrupt, lead people towards sin. The sky deer do none of this. If anything, witnesses report feeling comforted, hopeful, blessed. Mass delusions are inconsistent. They vary by witness, contradict each other, evolve in the telling. But the sky deer accounts are remarkably consistent across geography and social class. Farmers describe them the same way nobles do. Norwegian witnesses match Swedish witnesses match Danish witnesses. Natural phenomena can be spectacular, but they follow rules. They're repeatable, predictable, explainable. The sky deer seem to follow rules. They appear on Christmas Eve. They travel east to west. They follow consistent patterns, but no natural law Mazarini knows would allow reindeer to fly, which leaves a possibility he doesn't want to consider, that this is genuinely supernatural, genuinely divine, but not in a way that fits into Catholic or Protestant theology. That something exists outside the Christian framework entirely. Something older. Something that was here before Christianity arrived and will be here after Christianity fades. Something that doesn't need Rome's authentication because it operates on its own authority. That possibility terrifies him more than any demon would, because demons, at least, validate the Christian worldview. They confirm that good and evil are real, that spiritual warfare is real, that the church's mission matters. But something outside the Christian framework? Something that doesn't care about Rome or Luther or theological disputes. Something that just keeps operating according to its own ancient rules, indifferent to human religion? That suggests Christianity isn't as central to the universe as Christians believe. That suggests there are powers and principalities that have nothing to do with the God Christians worship. And if that's true, then what's the point of any of this? While theologians argue, something else is happening. The people who witnessed the second flight are changing, not dramatically, not in ways you could measure scientifically, but changing nonetheless. In Kavam, the village that saw the glowing snow, people report feeling lighter, less burdened. Old grudges that had festered for years suddenly seem stupid and petty. A widow who hadn't spoken to her sister in a decade walks across the village and reconciles. A farmer who'd been planning to abandon his land and move to the city decides to stay. Children who'd been sick all winter start recovering faster than expected. Again, nothing that couldn't be coincidence. Nothing that couldn't be explained by improved morale, better weather, natural healing. But the cumulative effect is undeniable. Kavam is doing better. The village has energy it didn't have before. Hope where there was despair. The pattern repeats across other sighting locations. Not everywhere. Not for everyone. But enough that people notice. Communities that witnessed the flight seem to be thriving slightly more than communities that didn't. Slightly better harvests in spring. Slightly fewer deaths that winter. Slightly more marriages, births, new construction projects. It's subtle, but it's there. And people start making pilgrimages. Not official pilgrimages sanctioned by the church. Unofficial ones. People traveling to Kavam hoping to see the sky deer next Christmas. Hoping to receive whatever blessing the village received. They come from Sweden, from Denmark, from as far south as Germany. They bring offerings not to the church, but to the village itself. Food, coins, small tokens left in the church courtyard or at the edge of the forest. The priest doesn't know what to do with these offerings. He's not authorized to accept them as religious donations because there's no saint to attribute them to, no official miracle to celebrate. But he can't send the pilgrims away because they're clearly desperate. So he accepts the offerings and distributes them to the poor, which seems theologically safe. But he's uncomfortable, because this feels pagan. This feels like people worshiping at a shrine, making offerings to appease or attract supernatural forces. This feels like exactly the kind of folk religion that Christianity was supposed to replace. He writes to Bishop Birkeland asking for guidance. Birkeland writes back, accept their offerings with grace. Remind them that gratitude should be directed toward God, not toward the deer or the location. Teach them proper Christian thanksgiving, but do not drive them away. They are seeking God, even if they don't yet understand what they seek. It's a politician's answer. Theologically flexible, practically accommodating, and completely inadequate for the situation's complexity. By spring 1650, the sky deer have become a permanent fixture of Northern European culture. Artists continue depicting them. Now, there are woodcuts being sold in markets, crude images of deer flying over villages, sleighs crossing starry skies, scenes of wonder and mystery rendered in black ink on cheap paper. People buy them, hang them in homes, give them as gifts. Musicians compose ballads. Some are religious hymns, praising God for his mysterious signs. Others are folk songs, telling stories about where the deer come from, where they're going, what gifts they carry. These songs spread quickly because they're catchy, memorable, adaptable to local variations. Children play games involving the sky deer. They run around pretending to fly, making reindeer antlers with their fingers, arguing about who gets to be the sleigh driver. Parents watch uncomfortably, unsure whether to encourage this or redirect it toward more Christian play. The deer are entering folklore in real time. Within a generation, children who never witnessed the flights will grow up knowing the stories. Will believe in flying reindeer the way they believe in any childhood tale half serious, half imaginative, part of the background texture of culture. And gradually, the strangeness will fade. The terror and awe of the original sightings will be domesticated into charm, made safe, made Christmas-themed. The sharp edges worn down by repetition until the deer become decoration rather than disruption, which is humanity's standard response to the numinous. Turn it into kitsch. But some people refuse to let it be tamed. Katarina Eld, the Sámi Noeti, watches this cultural transformation with grim satisfaction. She predicted this. She knew the Christians would take Akchi and remake him into something acceptable to their worldview, would strip away his danger and complexity, repackage him as miracle or metaphor or folk tradition. But she also knows the truth survives. In Sámi camps, the real stories are still told. Children still learn about Akchi as he actually is. Not a Christian saint, not a manifestation of the Lutheran God, but an ancient function made manifest. The one who maintains balance. The one who gives without requiring worship. The one who keeps winter from breaking the human spirit entirely. These stories aren't written down. They're not shared with outsiders. But they're preserved carefully, passed from elder to child, protected from the cultural appropriation happening in Christian territories. Katarina teaches them herself. She takes young Sámi who show talent for the sacred work and brings them into the deeper knowledge. Shows them how to recognize true magic from Christian imitation, how to distinguish genuine Akhi stories from the sanitized versions Christians tell. They're stealing him, one young apprentice says angrily after hearing about the Christian celebrations. Let them, Katarina replies. They're not stealing him. They're stealing a version of him, an image, a reflection. The real Akchi doesn't live in their churches or their stories. It lives in the work. And the work continues regardless of what they believe about it. But they're making him into something he's not. They always do, Katarina says. They did it to our sacred sites, turned them into churches. They did it to our festivals, renamed them saints' days. They're doing it to Ochi. This is what empires do. They conquer by assimilation. They take what's powerful and remake it in their image. But here's what they don't understand. You can't assimilate a function. You can change the name, change the story, change the imagery. But winter still comes. Cold still threatens. And someone still has to do the work of keeping hope alive through darkness. Call it miracle, call it folk tradition, call it whatever you want. The work remains. The apprentice considers this. So we just let them? We preserve the truth, Katarina says. And we wait, because empires fall. Churches crumble. Stories change. But winter? Winter always comes back. And when these Christians are gone, and they will be gone, eventually, the way all empires end, Akshi will still be flying. And our people will still remember what he really is. Christmas Eve, 1650. The sky deer fly again. This time, even more people are watching. The phenomenon has become expected now, part of the annual calendar. Churches hold special outdoor services. Families gather in town squares. Markets stay open late so crowds can assemble. And Ochi delivers. Right on schedule. Same pattern. Same route. Same impossible grace. But this year, something new happens. In 3 villages, one in Norway, one in Sweden, one in Denmark, the sleigh briefly slows. Doesn't stop, doesn't land. Just slows. Hovers momentarily. And something falls from it. Small packages. Wrapped in material that might be leather or might be something else. They land softly in the snow. Make no sound. Just appear there, waiting. In each village, people are too shocked to approach immediately. They stare at the packages like they might explode or transform or vanish. But eventually, courage wins. Someone walks forward, picks one up, opens it. Inside, small wooden figurines. Carved reindeer, beautifully detailed, clearly handmade. One for each child in the village. The carvings are extraordinary. Museum-quality craftsmanship. The kind of work that would take a master carver days to produce. And there are dozens of them, all identical in quality, all appearing simultaneously across 3 villages separated by hundreds of miles. No note, no explanation. Just the carvings. Children receive them with wonder. Adults receive them with confusion and fear. Priests receive them with theological panic. Because this changes everything. The sky deer were one thing, a sign, a vision, something you could interpret as message or warning or divine spectacle. But physical gifts? Actual objects left behind. That's different. That's intervention. That's contact. That implies intention, intelligence, ongoing relationship. That implies the sky deer aren't just passing through. They're engaged. Bishop Birkeland receives one of the carvings 3 weeks later. A priest from the Danish village brought it personally, wrapped carefully, treating it like a holy relic. Birkeland unwraps it in his study, alone, door locked. The carving is beautiful, masterful. The reindeer is captured mid-leap, every muscle visible, antlers swept back, expression somehow both wild and serene. It's made from wood he doesn't recognize, not oak or pine or any timber he's familiar with. Something older, harder. The grain is strange, flowing in patterns that seem almost intentional. He turns it over. No signature, no mark. Nothing to indicate who made it or where it came from. But holding it, he feels something. Not magical, not supernatural. Just wait. Significance. The sense of touching something that matters in ways he doesn't understand. He sets it on his desk. Stares at it for a long time. Then he does something he hasn't done in years. He prays honestly. Not political prayer designed to advance church interests. Not performative prayer meant to impress God with his piety. Just honest, desperate prayer from a man who's lost in complexity far beyond his competence. I don't know what this is. He prays silently. I don't know if it's from you or from something else. I don't know if I should celebrate it or fight it. I don't know how to lead people through this. I don't know what you want. Please, help me understand. He waits. No answer comes. The carved reindeer sits on his desk, silent and beautiful and utterly mysterious. And Birkeland realizes that maybe that's the point. Maybe not everything needs to be understood. Maybe some things are meant to remain mysterious. Maybe faith isn't about having answers, but about continuing to function even when you don't. It's not a comforting realization, but it's honest. And somewhere far to the north, OK repairs his sleigh and prepares for next year's run. The work continues, as it always has, as it always will. In March 1651, Henrik Moth, the Danish natural philosopher who investigated Kavam 2 years earlier, proposes something radical. He wants to organize a scientific expedition, not a theological investigation, not a church-sponsored inquiry, an actual scientific observation mission. He wants to establish monitoring stations across Scandinavia, equip them with the best observational instruments available, staff them with trained observers, and systematically document the next Skydeer flight. If this phenomenon is real, he writes in his proposal, then it follows natural laws, even if we don't understand those laws yet. And if it follows natural laws, we can study it. We can measure it. We can move from speculation to knowledge. His proposal is submitted to the Danish crown, to Swedish academic institutions, to wealthy merchants who might fund scientific research. It's ambitious, expensive, unprecedented. It's also dead on arrival, because the timing is terrible. Europe is still recovering from the 30 Years' War. National treasuries are depleted. Universities are understaffed. Nobody has money for speculative research, especially research that might undermine religious authority right when governments need religion to maintain social order. But Moth is stubborn. He scales down his proposal. Instead of a dozen monitoring stations, maybe just 3? Instead of elaborate instruments, maybe just careful observers with notebooks. Instead of official funding, maybe private patronage from sympathetic nobles? He manages to scrape together enough support for a minimal operation. 3 observation posts, 1 in northern Norway, 1 in central Sweden, 1 in Denmark. Each staffed by a single observer, usually a student or junior scholar, willing to spend a miserable winter in isolation for minimal pay and the chance to be part of something potentially groundbreaking. The observers are equipped with telescopes, crude but functional, astrolabes for calculating positions, notebooks, ink that won't freeze, instructions for systematic observation, and enough supplies to survive 3 months in harsh conditions. Moth's hope is simple. If the Skydeer appear again in December 1651, his observers will document them properly. Time of appearance, trajectory, speed, altitude, duration, any sound or light effects, everything measured, recorded, analyzed. Then maybe they can start understanding what this phenomenon actually is. The Northern Norway observation post is established in October 1651. It's located near Tromsø, in a clearing that offers unobstructed views in all directions. The observer is a young Swedish naturalist named Per Lindgren. He's 23, recently graduated from Uppsala, idealistic enough to think freezing in the Arctic for science is romantic rather than stupid. He arrives in October with enthusiasm. By November, enthusiasm has been replaced by grim determination. By early December, he's just trying not to freeze to death. The isolation is crushing. His nearest neighbor is 4 miles away. His only companionship is a Norwegian trapper who checks on him weekly, brings supplies, and looks at him like he's insane, which the trapper makes clear he probably is. You're going to sit here all winter watching for flying deer? The trapper asks. Yes. Why? Science. The trapper laughs. Science doesn't keep you warm, boy. Science doesn't feed you. Science doesn't explain why the world is the way it is. You want to understand the sky deer? Ask the Sámi. They've known about them for centuries. I can't trust folklore, Per says. I need empirical data. You need your head examined, the trapper mutters. But he keeps bringing supplies because he's a decent man and doesn't want the idiot Swedish student to die on his conscience. Per maintains his vigil. Every clear night, he's outside with his telescope and notebook. He documents stars, moon phases, weather patterns, anything that might correlate with sky deer appearances. He's methodical, professional, slowly going mad from loneliness, but maintaining scientific discipline. December 24th arrives. Per is ready. He's set up his equipment perfectly. He's rehearsed his observation protocol. He's got fresh ink, sharp pencils, clear sight lines. He's as prepared as anyone can be for witnessing the impossible. The sky deer appear at 2:43 a.m., and Per forgets everything. Here's what happens. Theory meets reality, and reality wins. Per sees them approach from the east. His hands are shaking, from cold, from excitement, from the visceral shock of seeing something that shouldn't exist. He tries to aim his telescope, but they're moving too fast. He tries to record their position, but he can't hold the astrolabe steady. He tries to estimate their altitude, but he has no reference points that make sense. They're too high to be birds, but too low to be clouds, and they're not following any atmospheric layer he can identify. They pass overhead. He sees them clearly with his naked eyes. 4 deer, definitely deer, but glowing with internal light that's not reflection or bioluminescence or anything he has a framework for understanding. Their antlers seem to branch in patterns that are too symmetrical, too perfect, like they're grown according to mathematical rules rather than biological randomness. The sleigh is visible. Old wood, iron fittings. And there's definitely someone driving it. Per can't see details, it's too far, too fast, too dark despite the glow, but there's a figure, human-shaped, hunched forward, focused on the reins. The whole thing lasts 90 seconds. Then they're gone. Per stands there in the snow, breath clouding in the freezing air, realizing he's failed completely. He didn't measure anything, didn't record positions, didn't document timing precisely enough. He just watched, like a peasant. Like every other person who's witnessed this phenomenon and come away with wonder instead of data. He tries to reconstruct from memory, writes down everything he can remember. But memory is unreliable. He knows this. Scientific observations based on memory are worthless. He's failed. The entire expedition is a failure. He sits in his observation hut and cries. Not from disappointment, from overwhelm. From the existential shock of confronting something that breaks his entire understanding of how reality works. Eventually, the trapper finds him. You saw them? The trapper asks. Per nods. And I don't know what I saw, Per says quietly. I mean, I saw them. I know they're real, but I don't understand them. I can't measure them. I can't fit them into any natural philosophy I've learned. They're just there, existing, defying everything I thought I knew about the world. The trapper pours him something that tastes like burning wood and feels like medicine. Welcome to the North, boy. This is what it's like living at the edge of the world. Some things don't explain themselves. Some things just are. Per drinks. It doesn't help. The Swedish observation post has similar results. The observer there is more experienced, a 40-year-old astronomer named Gustav Brenner, who spent decades studying comets and celestial mechanics. Surely, he'll maintain professional detachment, document properly, bring back useful data. He doesn't. He sees the sky deer. He recognizes immediately that they're not following any celestial mechanics he understands. Their trajectory doesn't match orbital motion. Their speed varies in ways that suggest intentional control rather than gravitational influence. They're not astronomical phenomena. They're not meteorological phenomena. They're something else entirely. He documents what he can. Times, approximate positions, duration. But his notes are scattered, contradictory, full of crossed-out sections where he tried to apply standard observational techniques and realized they don't apply. His final report to Moth is 6 pages of carefully worded frustration. The phenomenon is real. It is observable. But it does not behave according to any natural laws I can identify. Either there are laws of motion we haven't discovered yet, or this phenomena operates outside natural law entirely. I cannot determine which. Further observation is necessary, but I'm not certain observation alone will suffice. The Danish Post reports nothing. The observer there, a young theology student who needed money, sees clear skies all night on December 24th. Documents stars, moon position, weather conditions, no sky deer. No anomalies. Just a normal Christmas night. Either the deer didn't pass through Danish territory that year, or the observer was unlucky with positioning, or something about the location was wrong. Or, and this possibility disturbs Moth more than he wants to admit, the deer chose not to appear where a scientific observer was watching, which would suggest awareness, intelligence, intentional evasion of scientific scrutiny, which would be terrifying. Henrik Moth compiles the reports in January 1652. He reads them multiple times. He tries to extract useful data. He tries to identify patterns, correlations, anything that could support a natural explanation. He fails. The reports confirm the phenomenon is real, but provide no mechanism for understanding it. It's like proving that water exists without discovering the laws of fluid dynamics. Confirmation without comprehension. Moth sits in his study in Copenhagen, surrounded by books on natural philosophy, astronomy, meteorology, optics, atmospheric science, every field that might offer insight. None of them help. The sky deer don't fit into any existing framework, which means either the frameworks are incomplete or the sky deer are genuinely supernatural. And if they're genuinely supernatural, then what's the point of natural philosophy? What's the point of science? If reality includes things that can't be measured, predicted, or understood through observation and reason, then the entire Enlightenment project, the idea that human intelligence can comprehend the universe, is fatally compromised. Moth doesn't want to believe that. He's dedicated his life to the idea that the universe makes sense, that mysteries are just unsolved problems, that given enough time and careful observation, anything can be explained. But the sky deer suggest otherwise. They suggest there are gaps in reality where reason doesn't reach, where observation fails, where the only honest response is wonder or terror or both. Moth writes a final report. He doesn't publish it widely, just submits it to his funders, to the few scholars who supported the expedition. It's remarkably honest. The sky deer phenomenon has been confirmed through multiple independent observations. It is not mass delusion or hoax. It is genuinely occurring. However, I must report that our expedition has failed to provide meaningful scientific insight into the phenomenon's nature. We cannot explain how the deer fly. We cannot predict their appearances beyond general seasonal patterns. We cannot identify what power or mechanism enables their flight. I am forced to conclude that either 1. The phenomenon operates according to natural laws we have not yet discovered, which would require entirely new frameworks of physics and motion. Or 2. The phenomenon is genuinely supernatural, operating outside natural law entirely. As a natural philosopher, I am professionally obligated to prefer explanation 1. As an honest observer, I must admit that explanation, too, may be correct. This admission pains me deeply, as it suggests limits to human knowledge that I am reluctant to accept. I recommend continued observation, but acknowledge that observation alone may never suffice. Some mysteries may be designed to remain mysterious. It's the most honest thing Moth has ever written. It's also the end of his scientific reputation, because the scientific community doesn't forgive uncertainty. When Moth's report circulates among European scholars, the response is brutal. He's accused of giving up too easily, of letting superstition corrupt his methodology, of betraying the scientific project by admitting that something might be genuinely inexplicable. Colleagues who once respected him start distancing themselves. Funding dries up. His proposals for other research are rejected. Within a year, he's functionally blacklisted from serious academic circles, not officially, but through the quiet mechanisms of professional exclusion. He continues working, but privately now. Continues thinking about the sky deer. Continues trying to develop theoretical frameworks that might accommodate them. But without institutional support, his work goes nowhere. He dies in 1664, age 61, having never solved the mystery that destroyed his career. His final notebook entry, discovered after his death, reads simply, "Some questions don't have answers. Some phenomena don't submit to analysis. I spent my life believing otherwise. I was wrong. God, forgive me, not for failing to understand, but for believing understanding was always possible." And while scientists struggle and fail, folk culture continues adapting the sky deer into something livable. By 1652, the deer are everywhere in Northern European culture. In songs, stories, decorations, children's games, they've been domesticated, made safe, stripped of their alien strangeness and transformed into charming Christmas imagery. Which is exactly what Archie knew would happen. He's seen it before. He'll see it again. Humans can't tolerate raw mystery for long. They have to sand off the edges, make it cute, make it marketable, make it fit into their existing cultural categories. Let them. The work continues regardless. Every Christmas Eve, he flies. Every year, he delivers his small interventions. Every winter, he tips the scales just enough to keep hope alive through darkness. People can call him miracle or myth or scientific anomaly. Doesn't matter. The function remains. He gives. They receive. Winter becomes slightly more bearable. That's all that's ever mattered. But something new is emerging. Something neither scientists, nor theologians, nor folklorists have noticed yet. The children who received the wooden carvings in 1650 are growing up. They're now 2 years older, and they're different. Not obviously. Not in ways you'd notice unless you were looking carefully. But they're kinder than other children, more generous, more likely to share, to help, to think of others before themselves. It's subtle. Their parents notice but attribute it to good upbringing. Their teachers notice but attribute it to natural temperament. No one connects it to the carvings. Except Katarina Eld. She's been watching. She knows what Akshi did. She understands that the carvings weren't just gifts. They were seeds. Small deposits of something that will grow slowly over years, over decades, maybe over generations. The children who hold those carvings are being shaped by them, not controlled, not manipulated, just gently influenced toward kindness, toward generosity, toward the qualities that keep communities alive through winter. It's magic, real magic. The slow kind that works through years rather than moments. The kind that doesn't announce itself, but accumulates gradually until it becomes culture. And Katerina realizes this is how he survives. Not through institutional religion, not through scientific understanding, through children, through subtle influence that compounds over generations. through embedding his function so deep into culture that it becomes instinctive. The Christians think they've domesticated him. They're wrong. He's domesticating them, teaching them slowly, patiently, through mechanisms they'll never detect, how to be the kind of people who don't need external authority to be good, who give because giving is natural, who help because helping is obvious. It's brilliant. It's terrifying. It's working. And somewhere in Rome, Father Mazzarini has a nightmare. He dreams of a world where Christianity has faded, where churches are empty, where theological arguments are forgotten, but people are still kind, still generous, still maintain communities of care and mutual support, not because God commands it, not because priests teach it, just because it's become cultural instinct, embedded so deep they don't even know where it came from. In the dream, he sees Aceh flying over this post-Christian world, still delivering his gifts, still doing his work, completely indifferent to the death of institutional religion, because he was never about religion anyway. He was about survival. Mazzarini wakes up sweating. And for the first time in his career, he wonders if the church has already lost. Her name is Ingrid Halvorsen, and 1653, she's 8 years old. She lives in Kvam, the village of the original sighting, and she's one of the children who received a carved reindeer on Christmas 1650. She's kept it for 3 years now, sleeps with it under her pillow, carries it in her pocket during the day, has worn the wood smooth from constant handling. Her parents think it's sweet, their daughter's favorite toy. A reminder of that miraculous Christmas when the sky deer appeared and left gifts. They don't realize the carving is changing her. Not dramatically, not obviously, but she's different than she was at 5, more empathetic, more aware of others' feelings, more likely to notice when someone's sad or hungry or afraid, more compelled to help, not because she's been taught to, but because it feels wrong not to. Her mother attributes this to good Christian upbringing. Her father thinks she's just naturally kind-hearted. Neither of them connects it to the wooden reindeer. But Ingrid knows. She doesn't have words for it yet. She's 8, but she knows the carving is alive in some way. Not moving alive. Not breathing alive, but aware. She can feel it in her pocket. A faint warmth. A subtle presence. Like having a very small friend who never speaks, but always listens. Sometimes at night, she talks to it. Tells it about her day. About her worries. About her dreams. She doesn't expect answers and doesn't get them. But talking helps. The carving absorbs her words like wood absorbs water, holds them, transforms them into something less frightening. She's never told anyone about this because she knows instinctively that adults wouldn't understand. In August 1653, something happens. Kvam experiences a drought. Not severe by historical standards, but worrying. Crops are struggling. The river is lower than usual. Animals are stressed. People are anxious, remembering other drought years that led to famine. The priest organizes prayer services. The village gathers in the church, asking God to send rain. They pray earnestly, desperately, the kind of prayer that comes from real fear, not routine piety. Nothing happens. A week passes. No rain. The crops wither more. Anxiety turns to panic. The priest tries again. More prayers, more services, more appeals to God's mercy. Still nothing. And that's when Ingrid does something strange. She walks to the edge of the village, to the forest border where the trees are old and thick and slightly frightening. She's not supposed to go there alone, but she goes anyway, clutching her wooden reindeer, following an instinct she doesn't understand but can't ignore. She finds a clearing, sits down in the dry grass, takes the carving from her pocket, and she makes an offering. Not a Christian prayer. She doesn't have the vocabulary for that. Just a request. A whisper directed at the carving, at the presence she feels inside it, at whatever power animated the sky deer. "We need help," she says quietly. "The crops are dying. People are scared. Could you send rain, please?" She sets the carving on the ground in front of her. Waits. Nothing happens. She feels stupid. She's 8 years old, talking to a wooden toy, expecting magic like she's in a fairy tale. She picks up the carving, puts it back in her pocket, starts walking home, disappointed in herself. And halfway back, the sky opens. Rain. Heavy. Sudden. Drenching. Rain that comes from nowhere, from a sky that was clear moments ago. Rain that lasts for 3 hours and soaks the earth thoroughly, deeply, exactly as much as needed. The village celebrates. The priest declares it a miracle, an answer to their prayers. Everyone thanks God. But Ingrid knows different. She doesn't tell anyone. She's smart enough to understand that claiming she summoned the rain would get her in trouble, probably with her parents, definitely with the priest, possibly with people who might think she's a witch. But she knows. The carving heard her. And something responded. This is happening in other villages too. Not always with children. Sometimes with adults. But mostly children, because children are less encumbered by theology, less convinced that magic doesn't work, more willing to try things that adults would dismiss as foolish. A boy in Sweden talks to his carving when his mother is sick. The next day, her fever breaks. A girl in Denmark asks her carving for help finding her lost goat. The goat appears that evening, unharmed. A child in Norway shows his carving to a wounded bird, whispers a request for healing. The bird recovers and flies away. Small things, coincidences probably. Nothing you could prove in a court or document in a scientific report. But the children notice, and they start to understand that the carvings aren't just decorations. They're tools, channels, ways of accessing something that adults don't believe in anymore, but that's still there, still functioning, still responsive to genuine need. And here's the crucial thing. The children don't abuse this. They don't make frivolous requests. Don't ask for toys or sweets or personal advantages. They only reach out when there's real need, illness, danger, desperation. They use the carvings the way you'd use emergency supply. Carefully, sparingly, only when necessary. Because somehow they understand instinctively that this power isn't unlimited. That it has rules. That it's meant for crisis, not convenience. No adult teaches them this. They just know. Which suggests the carvings are teaching them. Programming them, slowly and subtly, with ethical frameworks that don't come from Christian doctrine or parental instruction, but from something older. Something that predates moral philosophy. Something that knows, bone deep, what generosity actually means. By 1654, rumors are circulating, not official reports. Not documented miracles, just whispers. Stories parents tell each other quietly, almost embarrassed. My daughter talks to that wooden deer from Christmas 50. Says it helps her when she's scared. My son swears the carving warned him away from the frozen pond the day before it cracked. I know it sounds mad, but ever since Christoph got that carving, he's been different. Kinder, like something's guiding him. The church hears these rumors and doesn't know what to do with them. On one hand, if the carvings are genuinely miraculous, that's wonderful. More proof of divine intervention. More ammunition against skeptics. On the other hand, miracles are supposed to work through official channels. Through saints and relics and properly blessed objects. Not through wooden toys distributed by flying reindeer that no one officially understands. And there's another problem. The carvings don't require faith. A child doesn't need to believe in God to receive help from their carving. Doesn't need to pray correctly or attend church or confess sins. The carvings just work for anyone who asks sincerely, regardless of their theological status. which is deeply problematic for an institution built on the idea that grace flows through specific channels that the church controls. Bishop Birkeland receives a letter from a concerned priest. Your Excellency, I'm troubled by reports that children in my parish are treating the wooden reindeer as sacred objects. They talk to them, make requests, claim to receive answers. This feels dangerously close to idolatry. Should I confiscate the carvings? Teach against their use? I need guidance. Birkeland stares at the letter for a long time. Then he writes back. Do the children still attend church? The priest responds, Yes, Your Excellency. Do they pray to God? Yes, Your Excellency. Do they obey their parents and show Christian virtue? Yes, Your Excellency. In fact, the children with carvings tend to be more virtuous than others. Birkeland's response, Then leave them alone. If the carvings are teaching children to be better Christians, why would we interfere? Perhaps God works through unexpected vessels. Perhaps these toys are simply effective teaching tools. Don't overthink it. It's a pragmatic answer, theologically questionable, politically wise. But privately, Birkeland is troubled, because he's starting to suspect that the sky deer phenomenon isn't about Christianity at all. That it's something else entirely. Something that tolerates Christianity but doesn't require it. Something that would continue operating whether the church existed or not. And that suspicion keeps him awake at night. In Rome, the Vatican is losing patience. By 1654, the sky deer have been flying for 5 consecutive years. Each Christmas, more sightings. Each year, the Lutheran Church seems strengthened rather than destabilized. And now there are reports of miraculous wooden carvings that bypass sacramental structure entirely. Pope Innocent X convenes a private meeting with senior cardinals and Jesuit advisors. The topic: how to handle the northern phenomenon, as it's now called in Vatican documents. Cardinal Fabio Scighi, who will become Pope Alexander VII in 2 years, speaks first. We face a strategic challenge. If we condemn the phenomenon as demonic, we risk appearing fearful and defensive. If we ignore it, we allow Protestants to claim divine endorsement. If we try to explain it naturally, we validate scientific materialism over faith. What's our move? Father Mazzarini, present as Jesuit expert on Protestant territories, offers analysis. The phenomenon is real. Our investigators confirm this. It's not fraud or mass delusion. Whatever is happening in the north is genuinely happening. The question isn't whether it's real, but what it means. And what does it mean? The Pope asks. Mazzarini chooses his words carefully. I believe it means that divine power, or something resembling divine power, can operate outside institutional church structures. That grace, or something like grace, can be distributed directly without priests or sacraments. This is ... problematic. Heretical, another cardinal says bluntly. Perhaps Mazzarini agrees. But heresy implies false teaching. The sky deer aren't teaching anything. They're just giving gifts, blessings, help, without requiring proper theology or church membership. It's not heresy. It's single quotes s ... competition. Silence. Because that's the truth no one wants to say aloud. The sky deer aren't fighting Christianity. They're just offering an alternative. And alternatives are more dangerous than enemies. Finally, Cardinal Scighi speaks again. What if we're asking the wrong question? What if this isn't about the church at all? What if something older than Christianity, something that was here before, US and might be here after us, is simply continuing its work, and we're just in the way? More silence. Because that possibility is terrifying. The church's entire worldview depends on Christianity being central to God's plan. If there are powers and principalities that don't care about Rome, or Reformation or theological disputes, then what's the point of any of this? The Pope ends the meeting without resolution. Just instructs everyone to keep monitoring, keep investigating, keep trying to understand. But privately, he's shaken, because Cardinal Chigi articulated what Mazarini has been afraid to say. Maybe the church isn't as important as it thinks it is. Christmas Eve, 1654. The sky deer fly again. Same pattern, same route, same impossible beauty. But this year, something new. In 7 villages across Scandinavia, the sleigh drops more packages, more carvings. But not just for children this time, also for adults. Specifically, for adults who are suffering. The sick, the grieving, the broken. An old woman in Norway, dying of consumption, receives a carving. She holds it through her final week. Her pain lessens. She dies peacefully, without the agonizing suffocation that usually accompanies the disease. Her family calls it a mercy. A widower in Sweden, so deep in grief he stopped eating, receives a carving. He keeps it on his table. Slowly, over weeks, his grief becomes bearable. Not gone, just bearable. He starts eating again, starts working again, starts living again. A farmer in Denmark, ruined by debt and contemplating suicide, receives a carving. He doesn't know why. Doesn't believe in miracles. But he keeps it because throwing away a gift feels wrong. And somehow, over the following months, his circumstances improve. Small lucky breaks. An unexpected buyer for his grain. A creditor who forgives part of his debt. Nothing that couldn't be coincidence. But enough to keep him alive. The carvings aren't magic wands. They don't solve problems instantly. But they seem to ease things. Make suffering slightly more bearable. Tip the scales toward survival rather than collapse. And people notice. By 1655, there's a quiet underground market for the carvings. People who didn't receive one want one. They're willing to pay. Some families who got carvings in 1650 are offered absurd amounts of money by desperate buyers. Most refuse to sell. The carvings feel too personal, too connected to something sacred. Selling them would feel like selling protection, selling hope, selling a relationship with something that shouldn't be commodified. But some do sell, and the buyers discover that purchased carvings don't work the same way. They're just wood. Beautiful craftsmanship, yes, but inert. No warmth, no presence, no help during crisis. Because apparently, the carvings can't be bought. They can only be given. Which is deeply inconvenient for everyone who wants to systematize this, control this, profit from this. By 1656, the theological establishment is fracturing over interpretation. Some Lutheran ministers fully embrace the sky deer as Lutheran miracles. They preach that God is validating Protestant faith through spectacular signs. They establish the carvings as holy objects, encourage veneration, create feast days celebrating the first sighting. Other Lutheran ministers are horrified by this. They argue it's Catholic-style relic worship. The Protestants should focus on scripture and personal faith, not on magical objects and supernatural spectacles. That the whole thing has gotten out of hand and needs to be reined in before it becomes a new form of idolatry. The debate gets heated. Some congregations split. Some ministers are dismissed for being too enthusiastic or too skeptical about the sky deer. The Lutheran Church, already decentralized by its theology of individual interpretation, fragments further. There's no Lutheran pope to declare official doctrine. Just regional disagreements and theological arguments that never resolve. Meanwhile, folk religion does what it always does. Ignores official theology and does whatever works. People pray to the carvings. Tell them secrets. Ask for help. Treat them as intermediaries between human need and divine power. The church can't stop this. Can't control it. can only watch as Christianity and something older than Christianity blend together into hybrid practices that would make Martin Luther roll in his grave. And Katharina Eld watches all of this with grim satisfaction. She predicted this. She knew the Christians would try to claim Ökçi, would fail to control him, would eventually just absorb him into their confused mix of official doctrine and folk practice. But she also knows the deeper truth. Ökçi is winning. Not through conquest, not through conversion, through patience, through steady, persistent generosity that requires nothing in return, through giving gifts that teach people to be better without telling them they're being taught. The carvings are changing Northern European culture, slowly, in ways that won't be visible for another generation. But it's happening. Children who grew up with carvings are becoming adults who instinctively value generosity over accumulation, community over individual gain, kindness over power. They don't know why they value these things. They think it's Christian virtue or good upbringing or natural temperament. They don't realize they're being shaped by magic that predates their religion by millennia. And that's the genius of it. The best magic is invisible. The best teaching doesn't announce itself. The best transformation happens so slowly you don't notice until it's already complete. Katharina teaches this to her Sámi apprentices. Watch what Ökçi does. This is how you change the world. Not through force, not through conversion. Through gifts, through generosity, through patient, persistent giving that expects nothing back. Eventually, people become what they receive. Give them violence, they become violent. Give them grace, they become gracious. Ökçi has been giving grace for 1,000 years. And slowly, without realizing it, humans are becoming more gracious. Not all of them, not quickly, but it's happening. That's the long game. That's how you survive empires. Her apprentices learn. They watch, they remember, and they wait for the day when Christianity fades and people need to remember what the sky deer really were. But there's something Katharina doesn't know. Something Ökçi hasn't told her. Something that will change everything. The carvings have a limit. They work for approximately 10 years. After that, they become inert. Just wood. The presence fades. The warmth disappears. The connection breaks. This is intentional. Ökçi doesn't want people dependent on the carvings forever. They're training wheels, meant to teach, to guide, to instill certain values and instincts. But eventually, people need to internalize those lessons. Need to be generous without magical assistance. Need to be kind because it's become their nature, not because a carving prompts them. The first carvings, the ones given in 1650, will stop working in 1660. And when they do, people will have a choice. Continue the kindness they've learned or revert to who they were before. That's the test. That's always been the test. Ökçi gives the gift. But whether it takes root, whether it becomes permanent, is up to the recipients. Christmas Eve, 1656. The sky deer fly again. The pattern continues. More sightings, more wonder, more theological arguments, more cultural transformation. And in a small cottage in Kvam, 8-year-old Ingrid Halvorsen sleeps with her wooden reindeer under her pillow, dreaming of flight, not knowing that in 4 years her beloved companion will become just wood. Not knowing that everything she's learned from it, every instinct toward kindness, every impulse toward generosity, will need to stand on its own. Not knowing that she's being prepared for something larger than herself, but dreaming anyway. Dreaming of flying, dreaming of gifts, dreaming of a world where winter doesn't break people because someone, somewhere, is always watching. Always giving, always caring, even when you can't see them. Especially then. In 1660, the first carvings stopped working. Not dramatically. Not all at once. Just gradually, over the course of that year. The children and adults who received carvings in 1650 start noticing something's different. The warmth fades. The presence diminishes. The sense of having a small, silent companion evaporates like morning frost. At first, people think they're imagining it. Maybe they're just getting older, becoming less sensitive to subtle magic. Maybe the feeling was never real to begin with, just childhood imagination or desperate hope during hard times. But then they talk to each other, compare notes, realize it's not just them. Everyone who got a carving in 1650 is experiencing the same thing. The magic is dying. Panic sets in. People try everything. They pray over the carvings, bring them to priests for blessing, wash them in holy water, sleep with them under pillows, carry them everywhere, desperately trying to revive whatever made them special. Nothing works. By the end of 1660, the first generation of carvings are inert, still beautiful, still cherished, but just wood now. No different than any other carved object, except for the memories attached to them. And people have to decide, were the last 10 years real, or were they fooling themselves all along? Ingrid Halvorsen is 18 now. She's grown into a thoughtful young woman, known in Kavam for her kindness and her uncanny ability to sense when people need help. She's not particularly religious, attends church because everyone does, but doesn't seem to get much from it. Her faith, if you can call it that, is more practical than theological. She believes in showing up for people, in generosity, in making winter bearable. She doesn't know where these beliefs came from. They feel innate, just how she's always been. But when her carving stops working in 1660, she feels the loss like grief. She's old enough now to understand what was happening. The carving wasn't just a toy. It was training her, teaching her how to be. And now the training is over, and she's supposed to continue on her own. The question is, can she? She tests herself, deliberately puts herself in situations where she'd normally have relied on the carving's subtle guidance. Encounters someone in distress and has to figure out how to help without that faint warmth in her pocket telling her she's doing the right thing. It's harder than she expected, not because she doesn't know what to do. She does. 10 years with the carving taught her instincts that are still there. But without the confirmation, without the sense of being supported by something larger than herself, she feels alone, uncertain, like she's performing kindness rather than being guided toward it. She persists anyway, because what else can she do? The work still needs doing. People still need help. And she's been trained, whether she realized it or not, for exactly this moment. Slowly, over months, the uncertainty fades. She realizes the carving didn't give her kindness. It just revealed kindness that was already there, cultivated it, gave her confidence to act on instincts she might otherwise have doubted. But the instincts are hers now, fully hers, no longer dependent on external magic. She keeps the carving anyway, not because it works, because it's a reminder of who she became during those 10 years. Of what's possible when you're given permission to be generous without counting cost. Not everyone makes this transition successfully. Some people who lost their carving's magic feel betrayed, abandoned. They'd come to depend on that subtle guidance, that sense of being watched over. Without it, they feel exposed, alone. Some become bitter. Some lose faith, not in God necessarily, but in the idea that anything cares about human suffering. A man in Sweden who received a carving in 1651 becomes convinced the whole thing was demonic deception, that the carvings were never meant to help, just to make people dependent on false comfort. He burns his carving publicly, declares it witchcraft, warns others to do the same. His warning spreads. Some people follow his lead. There are burnings. Small ones, localized, but disturbing. People destroying objects they once cherished, convinced now that they were corrupted all along. The church doesn't know how to respond. Some priests encourage the burnings. Better to destroy potentially demonic objects than risk spiritual contamination. Other priests are horrified. These were gifts, possibly divine gifts, and destroying them feels sacrilegious. The theological chaos from earlier years returns, intensified, because now there's evidence that the carvings weren't permanent, that whatever magic they contained was temporary, and temporary magic feels suspicious. Real divine intervention should be eternal, shouldn't it? If God gave these gifts, why would they stop working? Bishop Birkeland, now 68 and increasingly exhausted by religious politics, receives dozens of letters asking these questions. He has no answers. He stopped having answers years ago. Now he just tries to prevent panic and maintain enough institutional coherence to keep churches functioning. He writes a pastoral letter, his third about the sky deer phenomenon. This one is more somber than the others. We have witnessed something extraordinary. Whether divine or natural, whether miracle or mystery, we may never fully understand. But let us focus on what we learned rather than what we lost. If the carvings taught us to be more generous, more compassionate, more attentive to suffering, if they revealed the best versions of ourselves, then their purpose was fulfilled. Magic that makes us dependent is false magic. True grace teaches us to stand alone. Perhaps that was the point all along. It's a good letter, wise, mature. It satisfies almost no one, because people don't want wisdom. They want certainty. They want the magic back. They want to feel special again, chosen, watched over. And Akshi can't give them that, won't give them that, because dependency isn't the goal. Transformation is. The 1660s become a decade of theological crisis in Northern Europe. The sky deer still fly every Christmas, still visible, still impossible. But the miraculous carvings have stopped being distributed. The last ones were given in 1657, and as those carvings gradually lose their magic over the next few years, people start questioning everything. Was any of it real? Was it all psychological? Did they believe so strongly in magic that they created the experience of magic through collective delusion? Scholars write treatises attempting to explain the phenomenon naturally. Maybe the carvings contained some substance that degraded over time, something that affected mood or perception. Maybe the whole thing was an elaborate prank that got out of hand. Maybe people are just bad at distinguishing coincidence from causation. These explanations satisfy intellectuals, but don't help the thousands of ordinary people who know what they experienced, who felt the carving's warmth, who received help during impossible circumstances, who watched their children become inexplicably kinder after receiving gifts from the sky. The gap between intellectual explanation and lived experience becomes unbridgeable. And that gap defines the decade. Scholars insisting it wasn't real. Common people insisting it absolutely was. And the church trying desperately to mediate between them without alienating either side. But something interesting is happening beneath all this chaos. The children who grew up with carvings, who are now young adults, are different. Not magically different. Not supernaturally gifted. Just daughter. More empathetic. More generous. More likely to build communities of mutual care rather than hierarchies of power. More interested in collective well-being than individual advancement. They're not perfect. They're still human. Still flawed. Still capable of selfishness and cruelty. But statistically, measurably, they're kinder than the generation before them. No one notices this pattern initially because it's too subtle. But by the mid-1660s, local leaders start commenting on it. The young people these days are different. A mayor in Norway writes to a colleague. Less interested in wealth and status. More interested in helping. I don't know if it's good or bad for economic development, but it's certainly different. A Swedish merchant notices that young workers who grew up in villages with sky deer sightings are more trustworthy, more honest, less likely to cheat customers or steal from employers. He starts preferentially hiring from those regions because they're simply easier to work with. A Danish priest observes that young adults who received carvings as children are now forming mutual aid societies, voluntary associations where people pool resources to help members during crisis. It's not formal charity. It's not church organized. It's just people taking care of each other because that's what makes sense to them. These patterns spread, not because of laws or official programs, just because people who learn generosity from carvings are now teaching it to others through example. An example is contagious. By 1670, Northern European culture is measurably different than it was 20 years earlier. More cooperative, more community-oriented, less brutal. Still harsh. It's still the 17th century. Still hard living. Still plenty of violence and suffering. The edges are softer. The cruelty is less casual. The default assumption is that neighbors help each other rather than compete. No one connects this to the sky deer because the connection is too subtle and the timeline is too long. Cultural change is hard to perceive when you're living through it, but it's happening. Akui's long game is working. And then, in 1669, something unexpected happens. One of the young adults who received a carving as a child, a woman named Else Madsen from Denmark, writes a book. Not a theological treatise, not a scientific analysis, just a memoir. A personal account of growing up with a wooden reindeer that seemed alive, of learning from it, of feeling its presence fade in her late teens and having to learn to be kind without magical support. She writes honestly, doesn't claim to understand what happened, doesn't try to prove it was divine or natural, just describes her experience plainly, without embellishment or apology. The book is called The Silent Teacher. It's only 60 pages, published by a small Danish printer. Initial run of 200 copies. It becomes unexpectedly popular because Else articulates what thousands of people felt but couldn't express. She names the experience, gives it shape and language, validates that it was real without requiring it to be supernatural. The carving taught me to listen, she writes, not with my ears, but with something deeper, to pay attention to people, to notice when someone was struggling, even if they didn't say so, to recognize need before it became crisis. I don't know if the carving was magic or just very good craftsmanship that made me believe in myself, but I know I'm different because of it. And I know the kindness it taught me is now mine to keep or discard. Every day, I choose to keep it. Not because magic compels me, because it's who I want to be. The book circulates quietly, gets passed hand to hand. It's copied by readers who can't afford to buy it. Gets read aloud in gatherings. Gets discussed in ways that theological texts never are personally, intimately, with recognition rather than analysis. The church doesn't know what to do with it. It's not heretical, not claiming divine authority, just one woman's story. But it's more powerful than any sermon because it's honest in ways sermons rarely are. Bishop Birkeland, now 77 and months away from death, reads it. Writes a letter to Else Madsen. You've done what I could never do. You've told the truth without needing to explain it. Thank you. Whatever the sky deer were, they succeeded with you. Else never responds. Doesn't need to. The work speaks for itself. Christmas Eve, 1669. The sky deer fly again. 20 years of flights now. Every Christmas, same pattern, same impossibility. But the crowds watching are smaller than in previous years. Not because people stopped believing, because the phenomenon has become normal, expected. Like the Northern Lights or the Winter Solstice Spectacular. Yes, but part of the established rhythm of the world. The theological urgency has faded. The scientific investigations have stopped. The arguments about meaning have quieted. People just watch now, some with wonder, some with nostalgia. some with quiet gratitude for whatever those first carvings taught them. An Okshu flies over them all, still doing his work, indifferent to whether anyone understands it. He's been forgotten and rediscovered 1,000 times throughout history. This is just another cycle. The immediate crisis, the theological panic, the scientific investigation, the cultural upheaval has passed. Now comes the long, slow process of integration, of the strange becoming familiar, of the numinous becoming narrative. In another century, people will tell their children about the sky deer. The stories will be different than the original accounts, softer, simpler, more obviously symbolic. The wooden carvings will become antiques, valuable for craftsmanship rather than magic. The whole phenomenon will be remembered as a curious historical moment, a collective experience that shaped Northern European culture in ways historians will debate but never fully explain. And that's fine, because the work isn't about being remembered correctly. It's about leaving people slightly better than you found them, about giving gifts that teach without demanding understanding, about maintaining hope through winter, year after year, century after century, regardless of whether anyone knows your name. In a small cottage in Kvam, Ingrid Halvorsen, now 27, watches the sky deer pass overhead. She's holding her daughter, 2 years old. Too young to understand what's happening, but old enough to point at the glowing shapes and laugh with delight. Ingrid smiles. Not because she expects her daughter to receive a carving, those don't seem to be distributed anymore, but because she knows what to teach her, how to be generous, how to notice suffering, how to help without needing recognition. The magic that Okachi gave her is now hers to pass on, not through supernatural objects, through example, through patient teaching, through raising a child who will grow up believing that kindness is normal, that helping is obvious, that community care is just what people do. That's how transformation becomes permanent, not through magic that lasts forever, through magic that teaches people to be their own magic. Alke flies on, disappearing into the northern darkness. His work continues, as it always has, as it always will, whether anyone remembers him or not. By 1690, most people who witnessed the original sky deer flights are dead. This is just demography. 20 years of adult witnesses means most were born around 1610 to 1630. By 1690, they're 60 to 80 years old. Some survived that long, the lucky, the wealthy, the unusually healthy, but most didn't. 17th century life expectancy was brutal. Disease, accidents, childbirth, warfare, simple grinding poverty that wore bodies down faster than time alone would. The witnesses are gone, and with them, direct memory of the terror and awe of those first sightings. The way it felt to see impossibility confirmed. The shock that cracked open the world and let strangeness in. What remains are stories, second-hand accounts. Things your grandmother told you, things you heard at church, things that might be true or might be embellished or might be completely fabricated. Who can say anymore? The sky deer still fly every Christmas. That hasn't changed. People still see them, still marvel. But it's different when something has been happening your entire life versus when it suddenly started happening. When magic is normal, it stops being magic. It becomes just another fact of the world, like snow or stars or the way bread rises when you bake it. The younger generation, those born after 1660, takes the sky deer for granted. Of course, they exist. Of course, they fly on Christmas. That's just what happens. The older generation's insistence that this was once shocking and world-changing sounds quaint. Like being amazed that the sun rises or that rivers flow downhill. Yes, grandfather, we know. Flying deer. Very impressive. Can you pass the bread? The theological crisis of the 1650s, 1660s has resolved into routine. Lutheran churches across Scandinavia have established official positions on the sky deer. Not uniform positions. Luther's whole theology was anti-uniformity, but regionally consistent ones. Most churches teach that the deer are divine messengers, signs of God's continued presence in the world, reminders that faith requires wonder. Christmas Eve services now incorporate sky deer imagery. Hymns have been written, prayers composed. The deer have been domesticated into liturgy, stripped of their alien strangeness, made safe for congregational use. The Catholic Church, meanwhile, has decided to officially ignore the phenomenon. Vatican documents from the 1680s treat the sky deer the way you treat a provincial folk custom. Acknowledge that it exists, don't explicitly condemn it, but don't validate it either. Rome's position is essentially, if Protestants want to believe in flying reindeer, that's between them and God. We have actual miracles to attend to. It's remarkably dismissive, but also strategically wise. By refusing to engage, Rome avoids giving the phenomenon importance, treats it as provincial superstition rather than theological threat, which, from Rome's perspective, is far more damaging than direct opposition would be. The wooden carvings from the 1650s are now antiques. Most are lost, burned in the theological panic of the 1660s, lost in moves, destroyed by normal wear and tear. Children who treasured them age 8 lost interest by age 16 and left them behind when they moved out of their parents' homes. But some survive, kept by families who remember their significance, passed down as heirlooms, not because they're magical anymore. Everyone knows the magic faded decades ago, but because they're beautiful, because they're old, because they're connected to family history. This belonged to your great-grandmother, a mother tells her daughter in 1690. She received it from the sky deer when she was young. She said it taught her to be kind. I don't know if that's true, but she was very kind. So maybe. The daughter, age 10, examines the carving, runs her fingers over the worn wood, tries to imagine what it was like when it was magical. Can't really conceptualize it. Magic isn't real in her world. Magic is for stories. But she keeps the carving anyway, because it's pretty, because her great-grandmother loved it, because throwing away family heirlooms feels wrong, even if you don't understand their significance. And that's how knowledge survives when direct memory dies. Through objects, through stories, through inheritance of things we don't fully understand but instinctively protect. But here's what nobody realizes. The cultural transformation is complete. The generation that grew up with carvings, the ones born 1645 to 1657, who received gifts as children, are now adults in their 30s and 40s. They're in positions of influence. They're village leaders, merchants, priests, parents, teachers. They're the ones shaping their communities. And they're shaping them differently than previous generations did. In 1690, Northern European communities are measurably more cooperative than they were in 1640, more likely to have mutual aid societies, more likely to have systems for caring for widows and orphans, more likely to have norms around collective responsibility for vulnerable community members. This isn't universal. Plenty of places are still brutally hierarchical, still vicious toward the weak, still organized around individual advancement at others' expense. The 17th century doesn't stop being the 17th century just because magic happened. But the trend is real. Northern communities that had sky deer sightings are, on average, slightly kinder than communities that didn't. And communities where carvings were distributed are even more distinct, measurably more likely to have institutionalized generosity into their social structures. No historian in 1690 connects this to the sky deer. The connection is too subtle, the causal chain too long, and who would believe it anyway? That flying reindeer in the 1650s caused social reform in the 1690s. That's not how causation works in respectable historical analysis. But it's exactly how cultural transformation works. Slowly, subtly, through teaching that compounds over generations until it becomes normal. Until no one remembers it was ever different. Katarina Eld died in 1679, age 72. She spent her final decades teaching Sámi youth the true stories of Okji, not the Christian versions, not the sanitized folk tales. The real knowledge, what he is, what he does, why he matters. She trained a new generation of Noeti, passed down the practices and stories, ensured that someone would remember even after she was gone. Her apprentices continue her work. They're scattered across Sápmi, the Sámi homeland that spans northern Norway, Sweden, Finland, Russia. They operate quietly, teaching selected individuals, preserving knowledge that Christians would suppress if they knew it existed. By 1690, the Sámi are the only people in Northern Europe who understand what actually happened in 1649, who know that the sky deer aren't Lutheran miracles or natural phenomena or folk traditions, who remember that Oeki is older than Christianity, will outlast Christianity, operates according to rules that have nothing to do with any church. But they don't tell outsiders this. What would be the point? Christians wouldn't believe them. And even if they did believe, they try to control it, claim it, weaponize it for their theological disputes. Better to let Christians believe whatever they want. Better to preserve the truth quietly, privately, in stories and songs and practices that pass from elder to student in languages most Christians can't speak. The truth survives through hiddenness, which is how truth has always survived. In 1692, something unexpected happens. A French Jesuit named Father Jean de Bois visits Stockholm as part of a diplomatic mission. He's not there to investigate the sky deer that's ancient history by now, not worth Rome's attention. He's there negotiating trade agreements and trying to identify Protestant vulnerabilities for potential future conversion efforts. But during his visit, he attends a Christmas Eve service at a Lutheran church, out of curiosity, professional reconnaissance, and he witnesses the sky deer flight. He's not prepared for it. Father de Bois is 49 years old. He's been a Jesuit for 30 years. He studied theology in Rome, served as a missionary in New France, investigated supposed miracles in Bavaria, debunked 3 fraudulent stigmatics, and confirmed 1 genuine case of demonic possession. He's seen a lot. He's skeptical of most supernatural claims. He knows how easily people deceive themselves. But watching the sky deer cross the Stockholm sky, he feels something he hasn't felt in decades. Genuine awe. Not because it's impossible. He's seen impossible things before, or things that seemed impossible until he found the trick. But because it's unclaimed. No one's selling indulgences based on it. No one's building a shrine. No one's declaring it proof that their sect is the true faith. It just happens. Every year. Requiring nothing from witnesses except attention. That's what shakes him. The generosity of it. The lack of transaction. He writes in his private journal that night, "I witnessed a phenomenon the Lutherans call the sky deer. I expected fraud or delusion. I found neither. Whatever this is, it operates outside any theological framework I understand. It doesn't validate Lutheran doctrine, it simply exists. And its existence seems designed to give rather than take, to bless rather than convert. I don't know what to do with this information. Rome would want me to dismiss it or demonize it, but I cannot honestly do either. I have seen something holy that has nothing to do with the church, and I don't know if that terrifies me or liberates me." He never sends that journal entry to Rome, never includes it in his official reports, just keeps it private, a confession to himself of doubt he can't voice aloud. Father Dubar returns to France 3 months later, dies in 1703. His journals are archived but unread for 2 centuries. until someone discovers them in 1894 and realizes even skeptical Jesuits couldn't explain the sky deer away. By 1695, the first major historical account is written. A Norwegian scholar named Olaf Bergstrom compiles everything he can find about the sky deer phenomenon. Witness accounts, church records, personal letters, newspaper reports. Newspapers are new, but they exist now. He assembles it into a manuscript titled A True and Accurate History of the Aerial Manifestations Witnessed in Northern Europe, 1649 to 1695. It's dry, academic, carefully neutral in tone. Bergstrom doesn't speculate about causes, just documents what happened, when, where, who saw what effects followed. It's the first attempt at proper historical analysis rather than theological or scientific interpretation. The manuscript circulates among scholars, but isn't widely published. It's too long, too dense, too academic for general readers. And by 1695, most people aren't that interested in sky deer anymore. It's old news, yesterday's miracle. The world has moved on to other concerns. But Bergstrom's work matters because it preserves details that would otherwise be lost. Names of witnesses who would be forgotten, dates that would blur, patterns that become visible only when you map them systematically. One pattern Bergstrom notices but doesn't understand: the villages that received wooden carvings in the 1650s are now, in the 1690s, measurably more prosperous than matched comparison villages. Lower crime rates, higher literacy, better infrastructure, more charitable institutions. He notes this correlation but can't explain it, attributes it to unknown factors, and moves on. He doesn't realize he's documented magic's long-term effects. The way a small intervention, sustained over time, compounds into transformed culture. The way teaching kindness to children creates kind adults who create kind communities, who create kind traditions that perpetuate across generations. He's written the evidence, but he can't see what it proves. Christmas Eve, 1695. The sky deer fly their 47th consecutive flight. Nearly half a century of annual appearances. Longer than most human lifespans. Long enough that saying the sky deer have always flown is functionally true for anyone under 50. The crowds watching are smaller than they were in the 1650s, but stable. A core group of people who make this an annual ritual. Some religious about it, some just enjoy the spectacle. Some continue because their parents did, and their grandparents did. And tradition matters even when you don't fully understand its origins. She flies over them, unchanged. Still pulling the same sleigh. Still following the same route. Still doing the same work he's done for millennia. Distributing small blessings. Tipping scales toward survival. Keeping winter from breaking spirits entirely. He's satisfied with how things have developed. The initial panic has subsided. The theological chaos has resolved into manageable confusion. The carvings did their work. A generation learned generosity, passed it on, created culture where kindness is more normal than it was 50 years ago. Mission accomplished, more or less. But he also knows this is temporary. Everything is temporary. In another century, the world will change again. New crises will emerge. The lessons of the carvings will fade as those who learned them directly die off. Culture will shift, and he'll need to adapt again. Find new ways to be seen, new ways to give, new ways to maintain his ancient function in an increasingly modern world. For now, though, he's content. The work continues. People are slightly better than they were. That's all he's ever aimed for. He flies on into the northern darkness, disappearing like he always does, leaving only wonder and ambiguity behind. In a cottage in Kavam, an old woman named Ingrid Halvorsen is dying. She's 73. That's extraordinarily old for her era. She's outlived her husband by 20 years, married 3 of her 5 children, seen grandchildren grow into adults. She's had a long life. A good life by most measures. Not easy, no. 17th century life is easy, but meaningful. Full of connections, service, love given and received. She's in bed, feverish, her breathing labored. Her surviving children are gathered around. They know the end is close. They're sad, but not devastated. She's had her time. This is just the natural order. Ingrid drifts in and out of consciousness. In one lucid moment, she asks for something. Her voice is weak, but clear. The carving. Get the carving. Her daughter brings it. The wooden reindeer from Christmas 1650. Ingrid hasn't held it in years. Just kept it on a shelf. An old memory. No longer magical, but still precious. She holds it now, her aged hands trembling, fingers tracing the contours she memorized in childhood. The wood is smooth from decades of handling. Warm from her daughter's pocket. Familiar as prayer. And for just a moment, just a brief, flickering moment, she feels it again. The presence. The warmth. The sense of being seen by something that cares. It's probably just her dying brain creating comfort. Probably just neurons misfiring, producing hallucination that feels meaningful, because meaning is what humans do with randomness. But maybe not. Maybe El Kaki makes exceptions. Maybe for those who truly learned, who truly changed, who truly became their best selves with his help. Maybe for them, at the very end, he comes back. One last time, just to say, you did well. Thank you for receiving my gift and making it real. Thank you for passing it on. You are released now. You can rest. Ingrid smiles, closes her eyes, breathes out, doesn't breathe in again. Her daughter takes the carving from her still hands, looks at it for a long time, decides she'll keep it. Pass it to her own daughter someday. The magic is gone. She knows that. It's been gone for 35 years, but Ingrid loved it. And sometimes love is reason enough to preserve something. She sets the carving back on the shelf. And Ogki, thousands of miles away, continuing his flight, feels one of his students leave the world. He acknowledges it silently. A moment of respect. The same moment he gives to everyone who learned from his gifts and made themselves better because of it. Then he continues, because the work never stops. There are always more people who need help. Always more children who need teaching. Always more winters to survive. Always. The year 1700 arrives. A new century. A symbolic threshold. People celebrate. Make predictions about the future. Reflect on how much has changed since 1600. And it has changed. Europe is different. Still violent. Still hierarchical. Still brutal in many ways. But different. The Enlightenment is beginning. Science is gaining legitimacy. Religious authority is being questioned more openly. Nation-states are consolidating. Trade is globalizing. The modern world is emerging from medieval foundations. And in this changing world, the sky deer feel increasingly anachronistic. A holdover from a more superstitious age. A phenomenon that doesn't fit into the increasingly rational, mechanistic worldview that educated people are adopting. Scholars in the early 1700s start treating the sky deer as folklore. Interesting historical curiosity, sure. Maybe worth a footnote in regional histories, but not serious subject matter. Not something that explains anything about how the world actually works. The sightings continue. Every Christmas, like clockwork. But fewer people care. The phenomenon is being forgotten in real time, even as it keeps happening. Which is fine with Okichi. He's been forgotten before. He'll be forgotten again. Memory is optional. The work is not. He flies on through the 18th century. Patient, persistent, unchanging while everything around him changes. Waiting for the next moment when humans need to remember that magic still exists. that generosity still matters. That winter can be survived if someone, somewhere, is watching, even if you don't believe in them, especially then. By 1750, educated Europeans have explanations for everything. The universe is a machine. God is a clockmaker who wound it up and stepped back. Natural law governs all phenomena. Miracles are either misunderstood natural events or frauds designed to manipulate the credulous. Science proper, Enlightenment science, can explain anything given sufficient time and observation. This is the age of reason. The age of Voltaire and Newton and Locke. The age when superstition is supposed to die and rational thought prevail. And in this context, flying reindeer are an embarrassment. Not because they don't happen. Everyone knows they happen. They've been happening for a century now, every Christmas, observed by thousands. But that's exactly the problem. They happen without being explicable. They exist outside the neat frameworks of natural philosophy. They're a crack in the Enlightenment's smooth facade of rational understanding. So educated Europeans do what educated people always do with phenomena they can't explain. They ignore them. The term mass delusion becomes popular. French philosophes write essays explaining the sky deer as shared hallucination. Nordic isolation, they argue, combined with religious fervor and harsh environmental conditions, creates psychological vulnerability. People see what they expect to see. They confirm each other's delusions through social contagion. The phenomenon is real insofar as the experience is real, but the reindeer themselves are projections of collective desperate hope. It's a sophisticated argument, elegant, evidence-based, in the sense that it doesn't require believing in impossible things. It explains the observations without requiring supernatural intervention. It's also wrong. But being wrong has never stopped a good theory from dominating intellectual discourse. Scottish philosophers propose alternative explanations rooted in atmospheric optics. Perhaps the sky deer are actually refracted images of real reindeer on the ground, projected into the sky through some complex interaction of ice crystals and moonlight, like superior mirages, but more elaborate. The theory has problems. It doesn't explain the sleigh, or the regularity, or the east to west trajectory, but it sounds scientific, which is more important than being correct. German scholars suggest the sightings are exaggerations of natural phenomena. Perhaps people see migrating birds at night and, through distance and poor lighting, mistake them for glowing deer. Perhaps the sleigh is just a meteor or comet tail misperceived due to cultural expectations. These explanations don't really work either, but they move the phenomenon from impossible to misunderstood, which feels like progress to Enlightenment thinkers. The common thread in all these explanations: humans are unreliable observers. Our senses deceive us. Our expectations shape our perceptions. What we think we see is often projection rather than reality, which is true as far as it goes. Humans are unreliable observers. We do see what we expect to see. But the sky deer aren't expectations. They're actual reindeer. Actually flying. Actually impossible. The Enlightenment simply chooses not to believe this. Chooses rational explanation over observed reality. Chooses theoretical elegance over empirical truth. Which is ironic, given that Enlightenment philosophy claims to privilege observation and evidence above all else. Churches start treating the sky deer as metaphor. By mid-century, even Lutheran clergy are uncomfortable with literal interpretations of the phenomenon. In an age when educated people are supposed to be rational, claiming that reindeer actually fly makes you sound credulous. Backward, pre-modern. So sermons shift. The sky deer become symbolic. They represent divine mystery. They're a reminder that God works in ways humans can't fully comprehend. The meaning is what matters, not whether they're physically real. This is theologically sophisticated. It allows churches to maintain the phenomenon's spiritual significance while distancing themselves from supernatural claims that might invite mockery from Enlightenment intellectuals. But it's also a retreat, a concession that the material world belongs to science now, and religion can only claim interior spiritual territory. The physical universe operates according to natural law. Religion can interpret, provide meaning, offer comfort, but it can't make factual claims about material reality. This division between religious meaning and scientific fact will define Western thought for the next 3 centuries. And it starts here, partly because of the sky deer. Because churches couldn't defend the literal reality of flying reindeer in an age of reason. So they surrendered physical reality to science and retreated into symbolism and metaphor. Oaksey watches this happen with something like amusement. Humans are so desperate to categorize, to separate, to draw clean lines between natural and supernatural, fact and symbol, material and spiritual. They can't accept that maybe reality is messier than their categories. That maybe flying reindeer are both literally real and deeply meaningful. And that maybe the physical and spiritual aren't separate domains, but overlapping aspects of a single complicated existence. But let them believe what they need to believe. Let them explain away. The work continues regardless. By 1775, the sky deer are primarily a rural phenomenon. Urban educated elites have largely dismissed them. Provincial superstition, folk tradition. Charming in an anthropological sense, but not to be taken seriously. But in rural villages, especially the ones that experienced the original sightings and received carvings back in the 1650s, the sky deer remain important. People still watch for them on Christmas Eve, still tell children about the flights, still maintain the sense that something significant happened here, something that marked their communities as special. The cultural effects from the 1650s carvings are still visible. These villages still have stronger mutual aid traditions than comparable communities, still have norms around collective care that feel almost pre-modern in an increasingly individualistic age, still operate according to values that the Enlightenment's emphasis on rational self-interest can't quite explain. Visiting philosophers notice this and attribute it to Nordic communalism or lingering medieval social structures. They don't connect it to magic from a century ago, because that would require believing in magic, which Enlightenment intellectuals definitionally don't do. But the connection is real. The carvings taught a generation to be generous. That generation taught the next, and the next. Each transmission loses a little clarity. The why fades even as the what persists, but the behavioral patterns remain. Culture has its own momentum. Once certain practices become normal, they sustain themselves, even when the original reasons are forgotten. This is Esiaki's genius. He doesn't create dependency. He creates self-sustaining culture, teaches people to teach themselves, gives gifts that keep giving long after he's moved on. And then the Industrial Revolution begins, starting in Britain in the mid-1700s, spreading to continental Europe by century's end, fundamentally transforming how humans live, work, organize society. Factories, urbanization, mass production, market capitalism, scientific agriculture. Everything that defined pre-industrial life, including village-based mutual aid traditions, comes under pressure from new economic forces that prioritize efficiency over community, profit over care, individual advancement over collective well-being. The villages that received the Alcui's gifts in the 1650s resist these pressures better than others. Not completely. The Industrial Revolution is too powerful, too comprehensive. But they resist longer, maintain their communal practices longer, adapt to capitalism while preserving some pre-capitalist values. Economic historians in the 20th century will notice this pattern. We'll write papers about Nordic exceptionalism and the persistence of communal traditions in Scandinavian development. We'll propose theories about Lutheran work ethic combined with social democratic values. They'll be partly right, but they'll miss the deeper cause. Magic from 3 centuries prior, still shaping culture through generations of transmission, creating communities that were literally taught by supernatural intervention, to value collective care over individual accumulation. Aka's gifts from 1650 are still influencing political economy in 1950. That's how long-term cultural transformation works. That's the magic of teaching rather than commanding. Christmas Eve, 1789. The sky deer fly their 141st consecutive flight. More than a century of appearances. Longer than nations last. Longer than most religions maintain their original forms. Longer than anything in the human social world persists unchanged. But Aki is unchanged. Same reindeer, same sleigh, same route, same impossible defiance of natural law. The crowds watching are smaller than in the 1650s, but loyal. Mostly rural people. Mostly older folks who learned from their grandparents to watch for this. Mostly people who don't care whether philosophes in Paris believe in them or not. A few educated observers watch too. Scientists, mostly, dare to document rather than believe. They take measurements, record positions, calculate trajectories, try to capture the phenomenon in data that will finally make it explicable. They fail. They always fail. Because you can't reduce Okchi to data. You can measure his effects, but not his essence. You can document the flights, but not the magic that enables them. One particularly stubborn astronomer spends 5 consecutive Christmases observing the sky deer. Takes meticulous notes, builds specialized equipment, tries everything he can think of to definitively prove their optical illusions or atmospheric phenomena. He can't. The data doesn't support that conclusion. The deer are there, actually flying, actually impossible. He burns his notes rather than publish them, because publishing would destroy his reputation. Enlightenment science doesn't have room for flying reindeer. Better to suppress the evidence than admit reality doesn't conform to rational frameworks. This happens more than you'd think. Honest observers finding phenomena they can't explain, then hiding that finding because it doesn't fit paradigms their fields will accept. Truth gets suppressed not through conspiracy, but through embarrassment. Through scientists protecting their reputations by pretending they didn't see what they saw. Oxy doesn't care. He's not trying to convince anyone, just doing his work. The same work, forever. In 1799, a young theologian named Friedrich Müller writes a treatise. It's called On the Necessity of Mystery in the Age of Reason. Müller is 32. He's studied at the best universities. He's read all the Enlightenment philosophers. He's been trained to think rationally, scientifically, empirically, and he's convinced they're all missing something crucial. We have become so eager to explain, he writes, that we've forgotten how to wonder. So, determined to understand that we've dismissed everything we can't understand as false. But what if mystery isn't the absence of knowledge? What if it's a different kind of knowledge? What if some truths can only be known through encounter, not through analysis? He uses the sky deer as his primary example, describes them as phenomena that resist reduction to explanation, that remain mysterious despite a century and a half of observation. That continued to happen regardless of whether Enlightenment philosophy can accommodate them. The reindeer fly, he writes simply. This is observed fact. We can deny it, but only by privileging theory over observation, which is exactly what Enlightenment philosophy claims not to do. Or we can accept it and acknowledge that our frameworks of understanding are incomplete. That reality is larger than reason. That some things exist in the gap between what we can explain and what we can ignore. The treatise is ignored by serious academics. It's too mystical, too anti-rational, too willing to surrender to mystery rather than push toward explanation. But it circulates among religious communities, among romantic poets who are starting to push back against Enlightenment rationalism, among people who never stopped believing in magic, even when educated elites told them they were backwards. Muller's argument won't win the 18th century. The Enlightenment is too powerful, too successful, too aligned with emerging industrial capitalism. Rationalism will dominate. But his treatise will be rediscovered in the late 20th century, will influence postmodern philosophy, will contribute to critiques of scientific imperialism, will help create space for acknowledging that maybe Western rationality doesn't explain everything. He's planting seeds that won't flower for 200 years, which is fine. Ökçi taught him patience. Not directly, Muller never received a carving, but through culture, through inherited values, through the long chain of transmission that connects a gift in 1650 to a theologian's rebellious treatise in 1799. The year 1800 arrives. Another new century. Another symbolic threshold. More predictions about the future. More confidence that reason and progress will solve all human problems. The sky deer continue flying, ignored by the powerful, dismissed by the educated, remembered by the marginalized, which is exactly where Ökçi has always operated, at the edges, in the places and among the people that empires forget, giving gifts to those who need them rather than those who would use them for power. He's been doing this for millennia. He'll do it for millennia more, because winter always comes, darkness always falls, and humans always need someone to remind them that kindness still exists. Even when, especially when the entire intellectual structure of their civilization insists that kindness is irrational. Even then, especially then. The work continues. In 1823, a German poet named Heinrich Adler visits Norway. He's 26 years old. Part of the Romantic movement that's sweeping through European arts and literature. A rebellion against Enlightenment rationalism, a celebration of emotion and nature and mystery, and everything the previous century tried to explain away. Romantics believe in the sublime, in experiences that overwhelm rational understanding, in nature as sacred, in folk traditions as wisdom, in everything the Enlightenment dismissed as primitive superstition. Heinrich Adler is the perfect romantic. Moody, intense, convinced that modernity has severed humanity's connection to the divine. He travels to Nordic countries specifically seeking that connection, looking for places where the old world hasn't been completely paved over by industrial progress. He arrives in a village near Kvam on December 23rd. Purely by accident, he's just traveling, no specific itinerary. A local farmer offers him shelter for Christmas. They eat together. The farmer mentions, casually, that tomorrow night the sky deer will fly. The what? Heinrich asks. And the farmer tells him the story, not the official church version, not the Enlightenment dismissal, just the simple folk version. Every Christmas, reindeer fly across the sky pulling a sleigh. They've been doing this for almost 2 centuries. No one knows why. It just happens. Heinrich is transfixed. Have you seen them? Every year since I was a boy, the farmer says. My grandfather saw them. His grandmother saw them. This is just what happens here. Heinrich can barely sleep that night. He's vibrating with anticipation. This is exactly what he came north to find. Genuine mystery. Something that hasn't been explained away or rationalized or dismissed. Something that still holds power because it refuses to be understood. Christmas Eve, 1823. Heinrich stands outside with the farmer's family and half the village. The sky is clear. The stars are impossibly bright in the way they only are far from cities. It's brutally cold. Heinrich's hands are numb even inside gloves. He's never felt more alive. The sky deer appear at 2:34 a.m. Heinrich has checked his pocket watch so he can document the exact time. But the moment he sees them, documentation becomes irrelevant. He just stares. They're more beautiful than he imagined. More impossible. More real in their impossibility. They move with such grace, such purpose, such utter indifference to physical laws that govern everything else in the material world. He watches until they disappear. Then he stands there for another 20 minutes, crying, not from sadness, but from overwhelming encounter with something transcendent. The farmer puts a hand on his shoulder. First time, Heinrich nods, unable to speak. It's always like that, the farmer says kindly. Every year, I think maybe I'll get used to it. I never do. Heinrich stays in Norway for 3 more months. He travels from village to village, collecting stories about the sky deer. Not academic documentation, not scientific observation. Just stories. How people feel when they see them. What it means to their communities. How the flights have shaped local culture over 2 centuries. He hears about the wooden carvings from the 1650s, tracks down a few families that still have them, holds one carefully, reverently, and swears he can feel something residual in the wood, an echo of whatever magic animated it almost 200 years ago. The families let him hold the carvings, but won't let him take them, won't sell them. They're not ours to sell, one woman explains. They belong to our family, to our history. Taking them away would be like cutting out part of our past. Heinrich understands. He's romantic enough to respect that some things shouldn't be removed from their contexts. That magic is place-based, relationship-based, not transportable into museums or private collections. He writes everything down. Not in academic prose, but in lyrical, ecstatic language that tries to capture the experience rather than explain it. His notebooks fill with descriptions that blend observation and emotion inextricably. The deer do not fly in defiance of nature, he writes. They fly because nature is larger than our sciences have admitted, because the world contains depths our rationalism hasn't plumbed, because mystery is not the absence of law, but the presence of laws we haven't yet learned to perceive. In 1825, Heinrich publishes a book. It's called Norblicht, Travels in the Sublime North. It's part travelogue, part philosophy, part prose poetry. The sky deer are central to it. He devotes 3 chapters to describing them and analyzing their cultural significance. The book is a sensation, not with academics. They dismiss it as unrigorous, sentimental, too willing to privilege mystical experience over rational analysis. But with general readers, it's enormously popular, because Heinrich writes beautifully, because he captures something people are hungry for in the early 19th century, a sense that the world hasn't been fully explained, that magic still exists, that modernity hasn't killed mystery entirely. The book goes through 5 printings in 2 years, gets translated into French, English, Italian, makes Heinrich famous in romantic literary circles. He's invited to salons, asked to give lectures, celebrated as a voice for re-enchanting a world that the Enlightenment disenchanted. More importantly, the book makes the sky deer culturally significant again. For the first time in decades, educated Europeans are talking about them, not dismissively, not as embarrassing provincial superstition, but as something worth paying attention to, something that might tell us truths about human experience that scientific rationalism misses. This triggers a wave of artistic interest. Romantic painters start traveling north to witness the flights and paint them. The resulting artworks are extraordinary, dramatic, sublime, emphasizing the contrast between small humans below and cosmic mystery above. The deer are rendered as luminous, otherworldly, clearly not natural animals, but not quite supernatural either, something in between, something that expands rather than breaks natural categories. These paintings hang in galleries across Europe. They're expensive, fashionable markers of sophistication to own one. The sky deer become aestheticized, made into art objects, which is very different from being experienced directly, but spreads awareness to people who will never travel to Scandinavia. Composers write music inspired by the phenomenon, romantic symphonies that try to capture the mystery and grandeur in sound. They're performed in concert halls from Vienna to London. People who've never seen the sky deer cry, listening to musical interpretations of them. Poets write cycles of poems. Novelists incorporate the deer into Gothic tales. Playwrights create dramas where characters debate their meaning. The phenomenon becomes culturally productive in ways it hasn't been since the original theological crisis of the 1650s. But there's a key difference. This time, the debate isn't about whether the deer are real or what religious doctrine they validate. It's about what they mean for human experience, what they tell us about the limits of rationality, what they preserve that modernity threatens to destroy. The Romantics turned the sky deer into symbols of resistance against industrial capitalism, scientific materialism, and cultural disenchantment. Which isn't what Oki is about. He's not political, not philosophical, just functional, but it keeps him visible, keeps people caring, which is fine. Not everyone is happy about this development. The scientific establishment is annoyed. They spent the 18th century successfully dismissing the sky deer as superstition. Now, romantic artists are making them culturally important again, undoing decades of progress toward rational worldviews. Articles appear in scientific journals criticizing Heinrich's book, pointing out its lack of rigor, its willingness to privilege emotional response over empirical observation, its dangerous suggestion that some phenomena might be genuinely inexplicable. If we accept that flying reindeer are beyond scientific explanation, one prominent physicist writes, what else will we have to accept? Ghosts? Miracles? The resurrection of the dead? We cannot allow sentimentality to undermine the rational foundations of modern thought. It's a valid concern, actually. The romantic celebration of mystery is partly a reaction against science. And taken to extremes, it could lead to rejection of empirical methods altogether, which would be bad for human knowledge. But the scientists are also missing something. You don't have to choose between reason and mystery. You can have both. You can apply scientific methods rigorously while acknowledging that some phenomena exist outside current frameworks. You can be rational without being reductive. This balanced position won't become mainstream for another century. For now, it's either or. Either you're rational and dismiss the sky deer, or you're romantic and celebrate them. No middle ground. The church has complicated feelings. On one hand, the romantic revival of interest in sky deer is good for religion. It validates mystery. It pushes back against materialist atheism. It creates space for acknowledging that the universe contains more than matter and motion. On the other hand, the Romantics aren't particularly Christian. They celebrate nature as sacred, emotion as truth, direct mystical experience over doctrinal orthodoxy. They're as likely to invoke pagan gods as Christian ones. Their version of the sacred is uncomfortably universal, not specifically tied to Jesus or church authority. Lutheran clergy in Scandinavia write nervous sermons trying to reclaim the sky deer as specifically Christian phenomena, trying to draw lines between legitimate religious mystery, which supports faith, and romantic mysticism, which might undermine it. It's a losing battle. The Romantics have captured cultural imagination, and their version of the sky deer as symbols of sublime mystery that transcends religious categories is more compelling to 19th century audiences than church doctrine. Christianity is losing control of the narrative, again, just like it did in the 1650s, though for different reasons this time. Okchi watches this with something like satisfaction. He's never been Christian, never needed to be. The church's endless attempts to claim him are almost endearing in their persistence, but ultimately futile. He predates Christianity. He'll post-date Christianity. He belongs to winter and need and generosity categories that exist independent of any specific religion. Let the romantics celebrate him. Let the scientists dismiss him. Let the churches try to baptize him. None of it changes what he is or what he does. The work continues. Christmas Eve, 1835. The flight happens as always. But this year, for the first time in almost 2 centuries, there are international observers present. A French painter, a British poet, a German philosopher, an Italian composer, all drawn by Heinrich's book, all hoping to witness the sublime firsthand. All equipped with notebooks, sketchbooks, opera glasses, overwhelming romantic sincerity. They're not disappointed. The Skydeer are everything they hoped for and more. The painter immediately starts sketching, trying to capture the light. The poet weeps openly. The philosopher mutters to himself in German, trying to formulate thoughts he hasn't had the vocabulary for until now. The composer just listens to the silence the deer leave in their wake, hearing music in the absence of sound. They stay in Scandinavia for weeks afterward, talking to locals, collecting stories, processing what they witnessed. They'll all produce major works based on this experience. Paintings that hang in museums, poems that get anthologized, philosophical treatises that influence continental thought, a symphony that becomes one of the 19th century's most performed pieces. The Skydeer are entering global consciousness, not as provincial superstition, as legitimate cultural phenomenon, as something that matters beyond Scandinavian borders, which will have consequences, good ones and bad ones. Visibility always does. But here's what the romantics miss. They're so focused on the aesthetic experience, on the sublime, the overwhelming beauty, the transcendent encounter, that they completely overlook the function. They see the flights as art, as nature's greatest masterpiece, as proof that the world contains more beauty than rationalism admits. They don't see the deliveries, because Okchi is still working, still dropping his small interventions into communities that need them, still tipping scales toward survival in ways so subtle that romantic poets, focused on grand cosmic meaning, completely missed them. In 1835, the same year, those international observers are weeping over aesthetic sublimity. Okchi leaves 3 packages in remote Sámi camps. Not carvings this time, something else. Small bundles of medicinal herbs that don't grow this far north. Exactly what's needed to treat an outbreak of fever that's killing children in those communities. The herbs arrive anonymously. The Sámi elders know where they came from. They make offerings of gratitude not to a Christian god, but to Okchi, using the old names, following the old practices that Katarina L's descendants have preserved. The children survive. The outbreak ends. No one outside those communities ever hears about it. The romantic observers 60 miles away have no idea this happened. They're too busy contemplating metaphysical meaning to notice actual mercy. That's always the risk of aestheticization. You make something beautiful and miss that it's also useful. You turn function into symbol and lose track of what it actually does. The romantics are helping Okchi by making him culturally visible again. But they're also obscuring him by turning him into art rather than recognizing him as work. He doesn't mind. He's used to being misunderstood. Better to be misunderstood and functional than fully understood and controlled. By 1850, Skydeer is a recognized term in European languages. It appears in dictionaries, in encyclopedias, in reference works about Scandinavian culture and folklore. The phenomenon has been documented, cataloged, made official in the way that requires institutional recognition. The entries are carefully worded. They acknowledge that the sightings occur. They note the long history of reports. They mention the various explanations that have been proposed: atmospheric phenomena, mass delusion, religious myth, romantic symbol. What they don't say, what they can't say without sounding unscientific, is the reindeer actually fly. They're actually there. The phenomenon is actually real in the most literal, material sense. That truth remains too dangerous for official documentation, so the encyclopedias dance around it. Present the phenomenon as culturally significant while remaining agnostic about its physical reality, which is fine. Oakshi doesn't need encyclopedias to validate him. He just needs to keep flying. In 1856, a crisis happens. A Norwegian scientist named Lars Johansen decides to actually test the sky deer phenomenon. Not observe from a distance. Actually interact with it. He's 43. He's studied physics and engineering. He's built a reputation as a rigorous empiricist who doesn't accept anything without experimental verification. And he's tired of the sky deer being discussed as if they're beyond scientific investigation. If they're real, they're measurable. If they're measurable, they're understandable. If they're understandable, they're not mysterious, just poorly studied. He spends years preparing, builds specialized equipment, creates a research station in northern Norway, positioned directly in the sky deer's regular flight path, assembles a team of assistants trained in observation and documentation. This will be definitive. This will finally settle whether the phenomenon is real or imagined. Christmas Eve, 1856 arrives. Johansen and his team are ready. They have telescopes, cameras, photography is new but advancing, timing devices, instruments for measuring altitude and speed, notebooks for detailed observations. The sky deer appear right on schedule. Johansen aims his camera, triggers the exposure. The flash goes off, bright magnesium light cutting through the darkness, and the sky deer react. They swerve, sharply, like the flash startled them, like they're not immune to human technology, like they're actual living creatures rather than projections or illusions. Then they accelerate, moving faster than before, changing their trajectory slightly, veering away from Johansen's observation post. In 30 seconds, they're gone, off their normal route, disappeared into the northern darkness faster than he can track. Johansen checks his camera. The photographic plate captured nothing, just darkness and the ghost of the flash. The deer moved too fast, or the technology isn't sensitive enough, or something about them doesn't register on film. But he saw them react. His whole team saw it. The deer weren't immune to observation. They were aware of it, and they didn't like it. Johansen spends the next year trying to repeat the experiment. He publishes his preliminary findings. The phenomenon demonstrates awareness and responsive behavior inconsistent with atmospheric or optical explanations. The entities appear to possess agency and actively avoid detailed observation. The scientific community is skeptical. How convenient, they say, that the deer didn't photograph properly. How interesting that they reacted in a way that prevented measurement. Sounds like Johansen is making excuses for failed methodology, but Johansen is certain. He saw what he saw. The deer are real. They're aware, and they don't want to be studied. He tries again in 1857. This time, the deer don't come near his observation post at all. They alter their route entirely, flying miles away from where he's stationed. He tries in 1858. Same result. They avoid him. It's as if they remember. As if they've identified him as a threat, not to their existence, but to their mystery. And they're choosing to stay out of his reach. By 1859, Johansen gives up. Publishes a final paper. The sky deer phenomenon demonstrates intentional avoidance of empirical investigation. This suggests either 1. The entities possess intelligence sufficient to recognize and evade scientific observation, or 2. The phenomenon is more complex than current investigative methods can address. Further research is recommended, though success is uncertain. The paper is largely ignored. Scientists don't like research that ends with, "We tried to study it and it wouldn't let us." That's not how science is supposed to work. But Johansen is right. The sky deer are intelligent enough to recognize when observation crosses into intrusion. And they're choosing to maintain mystery, because mystery is essential to their function. If Oki could be fully understood, fully explained, fully controlled, he'd become a tool, a resource. Something humans would try to exploit rather than receive as gift. Better to remain mysterious. Better to slip away from cameras and measurements and definitive documentation. Better to be experienced than explained. That's how he survived this long. That's how he'll continue. The failure of Johansen's research has an unexpected effect. It makes the sky deer more mysterious than ever. Proves they're not just natural phenomena waiting to be explained. Proves they actively resist explanation. Some scientists find this frustrating. Others find it exhilarating. A few start proposing that maybe nature contains zones that refuse human comprehension. That maybe the universe includes things designed to remain unknown. That maybe mystery isn't a temporary state of ignorance, but a permanent feature of reality. This is heretical in scientific circles. Science is founded on the assumption that everything can eventually be known, that ignorance is always temporary, that the universe will yield its secrets to sufficient investigation. But the sky deer suggest otherwise. They suggest some secrets don't want to be revealed. Some mysteries are load-bearing, remove them, and something essential breaks. A small but growing number of scientists start taking this seriously. Start proposing frameworks for resistant phenomena, things that exist but refuse study. It's controversial, career-limiting. Most of their colleagues dismiss them as mystics dressed in scientific clothing, but they're onto something. They're recognizing what indigenous people have known for millennia. Not everything wants to be known. Some things give themselves only to those who approach with respect rather than domination, with gratitude rather than entitlement, with humility rather than the assumption that everything exists to be understood. Oki is teaching science a lesson it desperately needs. Some things won't submit to your methods. Either develop better methods based on relationship rather than dissection, or accept that your knowledge will remain incomplete. Most scientists choose the second option. Decide the sky deer aren't worth studying. Move on to phenomena that cooperate with investigation, which is exactly what Oki wanted. He can continue his work without interference, without being turned into data, without being reduced to mechanism. The work continues. Christmas Eve, 1860. The sky deer fly their 212th consecutive flight, over 2 centuries now. Longer than most human institutions. Longer than most traditions. Longer than the lifetimes of everyone watching combined. The observers this year are mixed. Romantic artists seeking inspiration. Local villagers maintain tradition. A few stubborn scientists still hoping to capture definitive evidence. Children who just think flying reindeer are cool. Oki flies over them all. Unchanged. Patient. Still giving. Still maintaining his ancient function. Still teaching, though most people don't realize they're being taught. Still shaping culture in ways that won't be visible for generations. Still doing what he's always done. Keeping winter from breaking the human spirit entirely. One small gift at a time. One flight at a time. Forever. By 1880, the world is transforming at unprecedented speed. Railways cross continents. Telegraph cables span oceans. Electric lights are replacing gas lamps in major cities. Photography is common. The Industrial Revolution has matured from disruptive novelty into established reality. The modern world, urban, connected, mechanized. Accelerating is replacing the old world of village life and seasonal rhythms. And in this context, Christmas is changing too. It's becoming commercial. Department stores in London, Paris, New York start creating elaborate Christmas displays. Shopping for gifts becomes a middle-class tradition. The holiday shifts from religious observation to family celebration centered on consumption and gift-giving. And someone notices a pattern. A British marketing executive named Charles Pemberton, working for a London department store, is analyzing sales data from Scandinavian import shops. He notices that items marketed as connected to Nordic Christmas traditions sell exceptionally well. Wooden toys, carved figures, anything that evokes the mystical North. He digs deeper, asks questions, eventually learns about the sky deer, and he has an idea. In 1883, Pemberton proposes a Christmas marketing campaign. The concept: create a fictional character based loosely on the sky deer phenomenon. A jolly figure who flies on Christmas Eve, delivering gifts to children. Not religious, that's too controversial in multi-denominational Britain. Not too Nordic, that's too foreign. But inspired by those traditions. Sanitized. Made safe for bourgeois consumption. He presents this to his employers. They're intrigued but hesitant. Inventing a Christmas figure seems presumptuous. Won't people know it's fake? People want magic, Pemberton argues. Especially now. The world is becoming too mechanical, too industrial, too rational. People crave enchantment. And they'll pay for it. We're not selling lies. We're selling a feeling. The feeling that Christmas is magical. That generosity is supernatural. That someone, somewhere is watching and rewarding good children. His employers are convinced. They approve a trial campaign. It's a modest success. The fictional character, they call him Father Christmas. Borrowing an old English folk figure resonates with customers, especially families with children. The idea of a magical gift bringer makes Christmas shopping feel less mercenary. Makes buying presents feel like participating in something larger than commerce. Other stores notice. Start creating their own versions. By 1890, most major British retailers have some version of a Christmas gift-bringing figure in their seasonal marketing. The character evolves. Different stores add different details. A sleigh pulled by reindeer. A home at the North Pole. A list of good and bad children. Elves as helpers. A red suit. A white beard. A jolly laugh. None of this comes from the actual sky deer phenomenon. It's pure commercial invention, but it's loosely inspired by it. Traces of our calf's reality filtered through marketing needs and cultural expectations until something new emerges. A completely fictional character that millions of children will believe in. The irony is not lost on anyone paying attention. For 2.5 centuries, the sky deer were real phenomena that people struggled to believe in. Now, someone invented a fake version and people believe in it immediately. Why? Because the fake version is controllable. It has rules. It makes sense within commercial and moral frameworks people already understand. Good children get gifts. Bad children don't. Parents buy presents. Magic is metaphorical. Everything is explicable once you're old enough to understand. The fake version doesn't challenge anything. Doesn't disrupt, doesn't require theological crisis or scientific humility or acceptance that reality might be stranger than your frameworks allow. It's magic that's safe. Mystery that's really just delayed understanding. Wonder that children outgrow. Perfect for industrial capitalism. Perfect for a world that wants enchantment without actual enchantment. That wants to feel magical while remaining fundamentally rational. Magical while remaining fundamentally rational. Oki watches this happen with something between amusement and sadness. They've created a copy of him, a hollow version, a performance of generosity without actual generosity. Because the commercial Father Christmas doesn't give real gifts parents do while pretending someone else did. It's generosity as theater. as social ritual, not as actual magical intervention, but he understands why it works. People need their magic domesticated, need it controlled, need it to fit into their economic systems rather than challenging them. Let them have their commercial version. Let children believe in a fake magical figure who rewards good behavior and requires nothing of parents except purchasing power. The real fee will continue flying. Continue giving real gifts to those who need them. Continue operating outside commercial systems, outside moral frameworks that reward and punish, outside the entire apparatus of control that humans try to build around every mystery they encounter. By 1900, the commercial Christmas figure has spread across Western culture. America calls him Santa Claus, derived from Dutch Sinterklaas, itself derived from St. Nicholas, who's nothing to do with the sky deer, but gets folded into the mythology anyway, because cultural evolution is messy and syncretic. The American version is the most developed. Santa lives at the North Pole in a toy workshop. He employs elves. He keeps detailed records of children's behavior. He enters homes through chimneys. He drinks milk and eats cookies left as offerings. He says, "Ho, ho, ho." It's an elaborate mythology built on ... nothing. Pure invention. Cultural construction created by poets, marketers, illustrators, advertisers, all adding details that serve their purposes, selling magazines, selling products, selling the idea of Christmas as domestic celebration centered on purchased gifts. And it works, spectacularly. By 1900, most Western children believe in Santa Claus more firmly than they believe in the actual sky deer that still fly every Christmas Eve over Scandinavia. The fake has displaced the real. The controlled mystery has replaced the genuine mystery. The commercial fiction has won. Except it hasn't. Not really. Because the fake Santa Claus is still teaching something real. He's teaching children that generosity exists. That someone cares whether you're kind or cruel. That gift-giving is sacred. That Christmas is about more than consumption, even when it's expressed through consumption. These lessons aren't as deep as what Aqui's carvings taught. They're not transformative in the same way, but they're something. They're maintaining a space for generosity in an increasingly transactional world. They're keeping alive the idea that gifts should be given freely, without obvious exchange, even if the mechanism is fiction. She can work with that. It's not ideal, but it's better than nothing. And it keeps his actual work hidden. While humans are focused on the commercial Santa, Okchi continues operating beneath their notice. The fake draws attention. The real stays secret. That's useful. But the Sámi know the difference. By 1900, the Sámi are under intense pressure. Norway, Sweden, Finland, Russia are all implementing policies designed to assimilate them, forcing Sámi children into schools that forbid Sámi language, Christianizing them forcefully, suppressing traditional practices, claiming Sámi lands for resource extraction. It's cultural genocide enacted through bureaucracy and education. The European nation-states are trying to eliminate indigenous identities, replace them with national ones. In this context, preserving knowledge of Okchi becomes even more important. Because Okchi is proof that Sámi culture has truths Europeans don't know, has relationships with powers Europeans can't access, has knowledge Europeans haven't destroyed despite centuries of trying. The Noeti who preserve the true stories, descendants of Katarina Eld's lineage, go even deeper underground. They don't practice openly, don't teach publicly, just quietly pass down the knowledge to carefully selected students who can be trusted not to reveal it to authorities. The stories survive. The songs survive. The practices survive. Hidden in plain sight, protected by languages most Europeans don't speak, and dismissal that assumes Sámi beliefs are primitive superstition not worth suppressing. The Europeans don't realize that what they're dismissing as folklore is actually accurate. Knowledge about a supernatural entity that's been operating in their territories for millennia. That ignorance protects protects the Sámi, protects the relationship between them. Christmas Eve, 1899. The last Christmas of the 19th century. The world is about to enter a new era, the 20th century, which will bring technologies and horrors beyond current imagination. The Reindeer fly their 251st consecutive flight. 2.5 centuries. An unbroken tradition longer than any nation currently exists. The observers are different now than they were in 1649. More diverse. More international. More mediated by technology. Some people are photographing the flight, though the deer still don't appear clearly on film. More confused about what they're seeing because they've been taught about Santa Claus and don't know how. Much of what they're witnessing is real versus commercial fiction. But they're watching. Still, that hasn't changed. And Akchi is still flying. Still giving. Still maintaining his function. He's watched empires rise and fall. He's watched religion spread and fracture. He's watched science advance from crude astronomy to sophisticated physics. He's watched humans transform their world through technology. None of it changed his work. None of it made winter less harsh or suffering less real or the need for hope less urgent. So he continues, because that's what he is. Not a personality, not an individual making choices, a function embodied. The work itself made manifest. He'll fly through the 20th century, through its wars and revolutions and technological miracles and genocides, through everything humanity does to itself, still giving, still hoping that the gifts take root, still trusting that teaching people to be generous will eventually create a world where his gifts are no longer necessary. That hasn't happened yet. Won't happen in the 20th century either. Maybe never, but he keeps trying. Because that's what hope does. It continues. Even when, especially when, there's no rational reason to believe it will work. Even then. Especially then. The work continues. By 1950, the world has survived 2 world wars, seen the Holocaust, witnessed atomic weapons, and emerged into a strange peace defined by nuclear standoff and ideological division. The 20th century has been brutal beyond anything previous generations imagined. More people killed in organized violence than in all previous human history combined. Technology weaponized. Science turned toward destruction. Enlightenment rationality culminating in industrial-scale genocide. And in this context, Christmas has become even more important, not religiously, but culturally. It's a moment of forced gentleness, a pause in the grinding brutality of modern life, an agreement increasingly secular that for one day humans will pretend to be better than they are. The commercial Santa Claus is everywhere now. In every store, every advertisement, every children's book. The mythology is fully developed, completely disconnected from the Reindeer that inspired it. Most people don't even know the Reindeer exist. The commercial fiction has completely displaced the reality, except in Scandinavia. In Norway, Sweden, Finland, there are still people who watch for the actual flights, who distinguish between the commercial character and the real phenomenon, who maintain direct memory of something older, stranger, more genuinely magical than anything capitalism invented. But even there, the knowledge is fading. The generation that grew up hearing first-hand accounts from people who received carvings in the 1650s is long dead. Now it's fifth or sixth-hand transmission. Stories of stories of stories. Diluted. Confused. Blended with the commercial mythology. The Reindeer are becoming folklore even as they continue to happen. Christmas Eve, 1950. For the first time, the flight is broadcast on television. A Norwegian television station, an RK, the state broadcaster decides to do a Christmas special. A live broadcast from a mountain location in northern Norway where the Reindeer traditionally pass. It's experimental. Television is new. No one knows if this will work. They set up cameras, position commentators, create a whole production around it. And at 2:41 a.m. on December 25th, the sky deer appear. The cameras capture something. The footage is grainy, ambiguous. You can see shapes moving across the sky. You can see light. But the deer themselves remain frustratingly unclear. The technology isn't good enough, or they're moving too fast, or something about them resists technological capture the way they've always resisted photography. But millions of Scandinavians watch. It's the first time most of them have seen anything related to the phenomenon, even mediated through poor television technology. The response is mixed. Some viewers are disappointed. They expected something more definitive, more clearly miraculous. The grainy footage doesn't provide that. It's ambiguous enough that skeptics can dismiss it as misidentified aircraft or atmospheric phenomena. Other viewers are thrilled. Finally, documentation. Finally, proof that can be shared beyond word of mouth. Finally, validation that they're not crazy for believing in something impossible. The broadcast doesn't settle anything, but it makes the phenomenon more visible than it's been in decades. Suddenly, people across Scandinavia are talking about the sky deer again, debating them. Some families start making the Christmas Eve viewing a tradition, staying up late to watch for the flight, the way previous generations stayed up for religious reasons. The 1960s bring a different kind of visibility. The counterculture movement discovers the sky deer. Hippies, mystics, people experimenting with psychedelics and exploring alternative spiritualities. They learn about the phenomenon and love it. It's everything they believe. Evidence that magic is real, that the establishment lies about what's possible, that indigenous wisdom preserves truths Western rationality suppressed, that nature contains mysteries science can't explain. Young people start traveling to Scandinavia specifically to witness the flights. They camp in the snow. They bring guitars and drugs and earnest conversations about consciousness and reality. They interpret the sky deer through frameworks borrowed from Eastern mysticism, Native American spirituality, whatever non-Western traditions they can appropriate. It's culturally messy, embarrassing in many ways. The Sámi, watching these white European and American kids claim to understand Oki through their drug-fueled spiritual seeking, are understandably annoyed. But it keeps the phenomenon alive in popular consciousness, keeps people caring, keeps the sky deer from being forgotten entirely in an age of television and moon landings and increasing secularization. And some of those hippies actually learn something. Not the deep knowledge the Sámi protect, but something. Some of them recognize that the sky deer represent a different way of being in the world. A way based on gift rather than transaction. On generosity rather than exchange. On relationship rather than exploitation. A few of them carry that recognition forward into environmental movements, into alternative economics, into attempts to build communities based on cooperation rather than competition. They don't realize they're being taught by Oki. They think they're discovering these truths themselves. But the teaching is happening, subtle, patient, the same way it's always happened. By 1980, academics start paying attention again. Not natural scientists. They've given up on the sky deer, dismissed them as unprofitable research. But anthropologists, folklorists, historians of religion, scholars interested in how cultures create and maintain myths, how traditional beliefs persist in modern contexts, how the supernatural is negotiated in secular societies. They write papers about the sky deer phenomenon, analyze it structurally, compare it to similar myths from other cultures, propose theories about its social function. Some of this scholarship is insightful. It recognizes that the phenomenon, whether literally real or not, has served important cultural purposes, maintaining community identity, providing shared experience, transmitting values, creating space for wonder in rationalized world. But most of it misses the point. The scholars approach the sky deer as something to explain rather than something to experience. They're not interested in whether the deer are real. They're interested in why people believe they're real. What psychological or social needs the belief fulfills. It's condescending in ways the scholars don't fully recognize. They're treating lived experience as data, treating mystery as problem to be solved rather than reality to be encountered. A few locals who've actually witnessed the flights read these academic papers and laugh bitterly. They think we're performing culture, one Norwegian farmer says. They don't realize we're just watching something that happens. Christmas Eve, 1989. The Cold War is ending. The Berlin Wall just fell. The 20th century's defying ideological conflict is resolving into something that looks like Western capitalism's victory. Francis Fukuyama is about to declare the end of history. Everything seems to be moving toward rationalization, marketization, globalization. And the sky deer fly their 341st consecutive flight, unchanging. Indifferent to human political arrangements. Still doing the same work they've always done. A few people notice the irony. The Soviet Union falls, but the sky deer keep flying, a Swedish journalist writes. Empires collapse, but magic persists. Maybe we've been paying attention to the wrong things. It's a minor article in a regional paper. Most people don't read it, but it captures something true. Human institutions are fragile, temporary, constantly churning. But some things persist. Some functions continue regardless of which political system humans invent. Okji has flown through feudalism, absolute monarchy, constitutional democracy, fascism, communism, capitalism. He'll fly through whatever comes next. Because winter doesn't care about political ideology. Suffering doesn't respect economic systems. The need for hope transcends all human organizational forms. That's what he represents, the persistence of need, and the persistence of response to need, and the mysterious fact that someone, somewhere, is still trying to help. By 2000, the internet changes everything. Suddenly, information about the sky deer is globally accessible. People who never heard of the phenomenon before discover it online. Videos from the 1950 broadcast are digitized and posted. Modern recordings, better quality, though still ambiguous, are shared. Online communities form. Forums where people discuss sightings, share experiences, debate meanings. Skeptics and believers argue endlessly. Conspiracy theorists propose wild explanations. Academic papers are posted and discussed. The phenomenon becomes democratized, no longer confined to Scandinavian local knowledge or academic specialists. Anyone with internet access can learn about it, contribute to conversations, add their interpretations. This is both good and bad. Good because it prevents the sky deer from being forgotten. Because it connects people across geography who share interest in the phenomenon. Because it preserves documentation that might otherwise be lost. Bad because it produces overwhelming noise. Terrible theories. Appropriation by people who don't understand context. Commodification people trying to sell genuine sky deer experiences or authentic Nordic Christmas magic. Okti watches this with the same patience he's watched everything else. Humans make everything complicated. That's what they do. Let them argue online. Let them create wiki pages and YouTube compilations and conspiracy theories. None of it affects his work. He's still flying, still giving, still maintaining his function whether anyone understands it or not. Christmas Eve, 2020. The world is in the middle of a pandemic. COVID-19 has killed millions. Cities are locked down. Travel is restricted. The global economy has crashed. People are isolated, frightened, uncertain about the future. And the sky deer fly. In Norway, Sweden, Finland, A few thousand people braved the cold and the pandemic restrictions to watch. Masked, distanced, but watching because they need this. Need evidence that something persists beyond crisis. That some patterns continue regardless of human catastrophe. That the world still contains mystery and beauty and the possibility of gift. This year's flight is streamed online. Millions watch from homes across the world. The footage is better than ever high-definition cameras, stabilization technology, multiple angles. The deer are visible more clearly than they've ever been in technological documentation. And still, they remain mysterious. You can see them clearly, but you can't explain them. You can document them perfectly, but you can't understand them. The comment section on the live stream is chaos. People from every country, every background, every belief system, all trying to make sense of what they're seeing. Some see hope, some see deception, some see magic, some see sophisticated hoax. Some see evidence that the world is stranger than authorities admit. Some see whatever they need to see. Oka flies over all of them, gives his gifts not through the live stream, those he delivers privately to specific communities that need them. Continues his work while humans try to figure out what he is. And somewhere in northern Norway, an old Sámi woman watches the flight. Her name is Maria Eira. She's 87. She's one of the last living Noeti trained in the old way. One of the last who knows the true stories about Olokshi. One of the last who can distinguish between what he actually is and what humans have made him into. She's dying. Has maybe 6 months left. Cancer. The doctors offered treatment. She declined. She's lived long enough, done her work, passed down the knowledge to her granddaughter, who will carry it forward. She watches the sky deer cross the winter sky one final time, smiles, whispers, a prayer in Sámi that hasn't been spoken aloud in decades. Thank you for still flying. Thank you for not giving up on us, even when we gave up on ourselves. Thank you for being older than our forgetting and stronger than our doubting. May you fly forever. May someone always remember what you really are. The deer don't acknowledge her prayer. Don't alter course. Don't send a sign. But she feels heard anyway. Because that's how Oki works. He doesn't confirm, doesn't validate. Just continues. And the continuation is the answer. Maria goes inside. Drinks tea, prepares for bed. Content. The work continues. As it always has. As it always will. The year is 2025 now. 376 years since the first documented sighting in 1649. The world is unrecognizable from that frozen Norwegian village where a farmer saw impossibility confirmed. We have smartphones and satellites and artificial intelligence and climate crisis and social media and gene editing and 1,000 technologies that 17th century humans couldn't have imagined. And the sky deer still fly. Every Christmas Eve, same pattern, same impossibility, same quiet defiance of every framework humans have built to understand reality. They've outlasted empires, outlasted religion's dominance, outlasted the age of reason and the Industrial Revolution and modernity itself. They've persisted through every human transformation, unchanged, while everything around them changes. And here's what's finally becoming clear, after nearly 4 centuries. They're not the ones who need explaining. We are. Because the question was never, why do the sky deer fly? The question is, why do humans keep forgetting what generosity looks like? The sky deer aren't the mystery. Generosity is the mystery. The fact that Oki has been giving gifts for millennia without requiring payment, worship, conversion, or even acknowledgement. That's what humans can't process. That's what breaks their frameworks. Every system humans have built, economic, religious, political, social, is based on exchange, on transaction, on the idea that nothing is given freely, that every gift has strings. That generosity is always strategic, always serving hidden interests. And then there's Okshi, flying every Christmas, giving without transaction, helping without expectation, maintaining his function simply because someone needs to. That's the impossible thing, not the flying, the giving. The flying is just how he makes the giving visible, makes it undeniable, forces humans to confront something they've spent centuries trying to explain away. Genuine generosity exists, and it doesn't require institutional mediation or theological justification or economic incentive. It just is. The children know. That hasn't changed. In 2025, just like in 1650, children understand the sky deer better than adults, because children hadn't yet been trained to see everything as transaction, haven't yet learned to suspect generosity, haven't yet built all the protective cynicism that adults use to shield themselves from disappointment. Children watch the sky deer and think, of course, something gives gifts. Of course, magic is real. Of course, there's someone watching who cares. They accept it the way they accept gravity or sunshine or love as fundamental fact of existence that doesn't require explanation. And then they grow up, get educated, learn about physics and economics and the way the world really works. Learn that magic isn't real, that generosity is naive, that you can't trust what doesn't benefit you. They learn to stop believing in the sky deer even while watching them fly. That's the tragedy. Not that the sky deer might stop flying, but that humans might stop seeing them even when they're right there, still happening, still giving, still maintaining their impossible generosity. But the gifts keep landing, not publicly, not in ways that generate headlines or viral videos, just quietly, in communities that need them, in forms adapted to current needs. In 2024, 3 villages across Scandinavia received unexpected deliveries on Christmas Eve. Not wooden carvings this time, USB drives containing information, medical data, crop science, water purification techniques. Information that shouldn't exist, yet research that won't be published for 5 years, but that these communities need now because climate change is destroying their traditional ways of life faster than official aid can respond. The drives appeared in locked buildings. No sign of entry. No tracks in the snow. Just there, waiting, containing exactly what was needed. The recipients don't publicize this. They know better. If they told authorities, the drives would be confiscated, investigated, tied up in bureaucracy while people suffer. Better to use the information quietly, implement the solutions, save lives without needing to explain how. This is how Okchi works in the modern age. Not through spectacle. Spectacle gets commodified, turned into content, stripped of power. Through precise private interventions that solve problems without creating dependencies. He's adapted, like he always adapts. The function remains constant, but the form changes to meet contemporary needs. Medieval villages needed food and medicine. Modern communities need information and technology. The underlying principle is identical. Give what's needed, expect nothing back, move on. The skeptics have gotten louder. In 2025, there are entire online communities dedicated to debunking the sky deer. They analyze footage frame by frame. They propose elaborate explanations involving drones, holograms, mass hypnosis, international conspiracy. They're convinced it's all fake, has to be fake, because the alternative is admitting their worldview is incomplete. And here's the thing. Their debunking doesn't matter. Never has. Never will. Because Okchi isn't trying to convince anyone. He's not evangelical. He's not trying to prove his existence or convert skeptics or win arguments about what's possible. He's just working. And the work doesn't require belief. The gifts land whether you believe in the giver or not. The help comes whether you understand the helper or not. Generosity functions regardless of the recipient's theology. That's its power. That's why it survived every attempt to explain it, control it, or dismiss it. Because it operates at a level deeper than belief, deeper than knowledge, at the level of simple, persistent response to need. You can believe in Akshi or not. Doesn't change the fact that when winter gets too hard, something still shows up to help, and the Sámi still remember. In 2025, there are maybe 24 people who know the true stories, who understand what Akshi actually is, who maintain the practices, preserve the knowledge, keep the real history alive beneath all the Christian mythology and commercial fiction and academic theorizing. They're scattered. In Norway, Sweden, Finland, even a few in Russia. They communicate carefully. They teach selectively. They protect the knowledge the way their ancestors have protected it for centuries. Through hiddenness, through oral tradition in languages most outsiders don't speak, through simply declining to correct the misconceptions that protect them. They know Christianity will fade. Know the commercial Santa Claus will eventually be seen as embarrassing relic of capitalist excess. Know the current global order will collapse under its own contradictions. And they know OK will still be flying, because he's older than everything that's currently destroying itself. He predates nation-states and market capitalism and Christian missions and every other temporary human system that thinks it's permanent. He'll outlast them all. The Sámi are patient. They've been patient for 500 years of colonization. They can be patient longer. Eventually, when the noise dies down, when the empire building exhausts itself, when humanity remembers how to listen, the true stories will still be there, waiting, preserved. Christmas Eve, 2025. The Reindeer prepare for their 377th consecutive flight. Nearly 4 centuries of annual appearances. An unbroken tradition longer than the United States has existed. Longer than the Industrial Revolution. Longer than the Scientific Revolution. Longer than modernity itself. Akshi checks his sleigh. The old wood is scarred from centuries of use, but still sound. Still functional. He's repaired it countless times. Replaced runners. Reinforced joints. But the essential structure remains, the same design he's used for millennia, because it works, and he sees no reason to change what works. The Reindeer are ready. They're not the same individuals from 1649 reindeer, don't live that long. But they're the same in essence. Chosen, trained, transformed into something more than natural animals without becoming less than what they are. They exist in the space between like Akshi himself. Like everything that's genuinely magical. He loads the sleigh, not with wooden carvings this time, with what's needed in 2025. Information, yes, but also seeds genetically preserved varieties of crops that can survive the changing climate. Medicine that's been suppressed by pharmaceutical companies because it's too cheap to be profitable. Water filtration systems simple enough to build with local materials. Knowledge that should be public but has been privatized, now being redistributed freely to those who need it most. And one more thing, letters. Written in dozens of languages, addressed to specific people. People who are on the edge, who are about to give up, who need to know that someone, somewhere, sees them, sees their struggle, sees their quiet persistence in the face of overwhelming systems designed to break them. The letters don't solve problems, don't provide resources, just witness, just acknowledge. Sometimes that's enough. Sometimes knowing you're seen is the difference between continuing and collapse. Akshi has been writing these letters for 300 years. They're the one addition he made to his work after witnessing the 20th century's industrialized brutality. After watching humans develop technologies that should have made life better, but somehow made isolation worse. After recognizing that in the modern world, the most scarce resource isn't food or medicine, but simple acknowledgement that your suffering matters. So he writes, and he delivers. And people receive them and think they're from friends or anonymous benefactors or mistake or divine intervention. They rarely connect them to the sky deer. That's fine. The work doesn't require credit. The flight begins. Same time, same route. East to west across northern Europe, following old paths, visiting old places, maintaining old relationships. Below, thousands of people are watching. Some with wonder, some with skepticism, some with cameras and sensors and desperate hope that this year they'll finally capture definitive proof. Some with simple appreciation for annual tradition that gives shape to winter. Oakshi sees them all, knows most of them won't receive anything tangible, won't get letters or seeds or information. The gifts are targeted to specific needs. Most observers are just watching. That's fine. Sometimes witnessing is enough. Sometimes maintaining space for mystery in a world that tries to eliminate mystery is its own form of gift. It flies over Stockholm, over Oslo, over Helsinki, over small villages that don't appear on maps, over Sámi camps where elders watch silently, acknowledging him with prayers in old languages, over cities where people stream his flight online, debating in real time what they're seeing. He lands nowhere. Stopping has never been part of his work. The gifts are dropped mid-flight packages that fall softly, impossibly soft, landing exactly where they're meant to land without breaking, without making sound, without drawing attention. Some will be found immediately. Others won't be discovered until morning. Some won't be found at all this year. They'll wait in snow until someone who needs them happens by. Oak builds in redundancy. His gifts are patient. They'll wait. In a small Norwegian village, Maria Ira's granddaughter watches the flight. Her name is Anna. She's 23. She's studying environmental science at university in Tromsø while simultaneously training as Noadi under her grandmother's guidance. She's the one who will carry forward the true knowledge after Maria dies. It's a strange position, living between worlds, between indigenous tradition and Western education, between knowledge her professors would dismiss as superstition and knowledge that's proven true over centuries, between the world that's dying, traditional Sámi life, demolished by climate change and cultural suppression, and the world that hasn't been born yet, but needs to be. She watches Oakshi fly and thinks, "You're the bridge. You've always been the bridge between past and future, between human and more than human, between the world that makes sense to colonizers and the world that actually is." She understands now what her grandmother has been teaching her. The knowledge isn't just history. It's instruction manual for survival. Because the systems currently destroying the planet, capitalism, industrialization, the logic of endless extraction, are temporary. They can't last. They're burning through the foundations of their own existence. And when they collapse, when the modern world faces its own winter, humanity will need to remember how to survive without those systems. We'll need to remember older knowledge, older relationships, older ways of being that don't destroy everything they touch. That's what Oki represents, not miracle. Not magic in the sense of defying natural law, but relationship with the world that's older and deeper than the exploitative relationship modernity invented. A way of being that's based on gift rather than extraction, on maintenance rather than growth, on enough rather than more. Anna whispers a prayer, not asking for anything, just acknowledging, just saying, "I see you, I understand, I'll remember, I'll teach." The knowledge will continue. The sky deer pass overhead, and for just a moment, she swears one of them looks down, meets her eyes, acknowledges her acknowledgement, then they're gone. She goes inside, opens her grandmother's journals, begins copying them into her own hand, preserving them, translating them into terms that her generation might understand, building the bridge her grandmother built, preparing for the moment when humans will be desperate enough to listen. The flight continues through Scandinavia into Russia, across Siberia, following the Arctic Circle, visiting the far northern places where winter is harshest and human presence most marginal. These are Akwi's core territories, the places that have never forgotten him because they've never had the luxury of skepticism. When winter can kill you in hours, when darkness lasts months, when survival requires community support, you don't dismiss the one thing that's been helping for millennia. The northern peoples watch him pass. Yakan and Nwinki and Nenets and Chukchi, indigenous groups that Europeans barely acknowledge exist. They see Okchi. They receive his gifts. They maintain their relationships with him through practices that look nothing like Scandinavian Christmas, but serve the same function. Acknowledgement that generosity persists, that someone is maintaining the balance, that winter can be survived if you're not doing it alone. They don't call him Akchi. They have their own names in their own languages, but they recognize him, know him, understand that he's the same function wearing different cultural clothing. This is Ahi's genius. He's not particular, doesn't require specific names or specific worship or specific anything. Just need, just recognition that winter is hard and some things require help beyond what individuals can provide. He's been doing this forever. Will do it forever, long after current cultures and languages and nations are dust. Because the function is eternal. Winter always comes. Darkness always falls. And as long as there are humans trying to survive those things, there needs to be something helping. That's him. That's all he's ever been. The flight ends just before dawn. Okshi returns to the far north, beyond where satellites track. Beyond where humans go, to places that exist in the gaps of maps, to the territories that refuse human categories. He parks the sleigh, tends the sky deer. They need rest. Even magic has physical costs. Even impossibility requires maintenance. He's satisfied with this year's work. The gifts were delivered. The letters reached their recipients. The seeds were planted literal and metaphorical. The function was maintained. That's all he ever aims for. Not transformation, not salvation, not solving all problems. Just maintaining. Just ensuring that winter doesn't break people entirely. Just giving enough hope to reach spring. Spring is when humans do their own work. When they plant their own seeds. When they build their own communities. When they create their own solutions. Okshi doesn't do that work for them. Can't. Shouldn't. That's not his function. His function is simpler. Keep people alive through winter so they can do that work. Keep hope alive so they want to. Keep generosity alive so they remember it's possible. That's enough. That's everything. And somewhere someone receives a letter. She's 47. She spent the last 3 years caring for her dying mother while working. 2 jobs while raising 2 children while trying not to collapse under the weight of it all. She's exhausted beyond exhaustion, beyond hope, barely functioning, wondering almost daily if she can continue. The letter arrives on Christmas morning. No return address. No explanation of how it got into her locked mailbox. She opens it. Inside, 1 page, handwritten, in her language. Just a few sentences. I see you. I see how hard you're working. I see how much you're carrying. I see that you feel invisible, unacknowledged, like your suffering doesn't matter to anyone. I need you to know. It matters. You matter. Your persistence matters. The world needs people like you who keep going even when it's impossible. Please don't stop. I know you're tired. I know it feels pointless. But what you're doing maintaining love and care while the world tries to grind you down, that's the most important work there is. Thank you for doing it. Please continue. No signature. No request. No instruction. Just witness. Just acknowledgement. She reads it 3 times. Starts crying. Can't stop. Not from sadness. from relief, from the overwhelming gift of being seen, of having her invisible labor acknowledged, of being told it matters when everything in her world suggests it doesn't. She keeps the letter, puts it somewhere safe, reads it every morning for the next 6 months, uses it as evidence that someone, somewhere, understands, that her work isn't pointless, that continuing is possible. She never knows who sent it, never connects it to the sky deer her children talk about, the Christmas legend she's too exhausted to pay attention to. But the letter saves her life, gives her just enough to keep going, to reach spring, to discover that caring was worth it after all. That's Akwi's work, not dramatic, not flashy, not the stuff of legends. Just small interventions that tip the balance from despair to persistence, from giving up to continuing, from collapse to survival, one gift at a time, one flight at a time, one winter at a time, forever. The sun rises on December 25th, 2025, Christmas morning. In millions of homes across the world, children are waking up to gifts that their parents left, pretending they came from Santa Claus, the commercial fiction that bears almost no resemblance to the reality still flying every Christmas Eve. And that's fine. The fiction serves its purpose. Teaches children about generosity, maintains space for magic, creates annual ritual of giving. It's shallow compared to what Oki actually does, but it's something, and something is better than nothing. Meanwhile, Akshi rests. The sky deer graze on vegetation that grows in places where vegetation shouldn't grow. He repairs the sleigh, reviews his notes, plans for next year, identifies communities that will need extra support, writes letters, prepares seeds. The work never stops even when the flight does. He's been doing this for so long he can't remember when he started. Doesn't matter. Origins are irrelevant. What matters is continuation. What matters is showing up. Every year. Every winter. No matter what. That's the promise. That's the function. That's what he is. The promise that generosity persists. That someone is still trying to help. That winter can be survived. Not because of faith. Not because of belief. Not because of any theological or philosophical framework. Just because someone decided a long time ago that this work needed doing and no one else was doing it, so they started. And they never stopped. And they never will. 376 years. That's how long the documented flights have continued. But Akchi is older than that. Millennia older. The flights started being recorded in 1649. They started actually happening long before humans invented writing. He's flown through the Ice Age, through the birth of agriculture, through the rise and fall of countless civilizations, through every human transformation, every social revolution, every technological leap. And he's still here, still flying, still giving, because the function is eternal. As long as winter exists, as long as darkness falls, as long as humans suffer and struggle and need help, Oki will be there, not saving them. He can't save anyone. Salvation is a human responsibility. But helping them, giving them just enough to make it through, maintaining the possibility of hope when hopelessness seems inevitable, that's the work. That's the only work that's ever mattered. And it continues. Tonight, tomorrow, next year, forever. Because winter always comes. And someone somewhere must fly through it. You can believe in him or not. You can call it magic or delusion or unexplained phenomenon or cultural myth or psychological projection or whatever framework helps you sleep at night. Doesn't matter. The gifts still land. The letters still arrive. The work continues. Whether you believe in it or not, whether you understand it or not, whether you acknowledge it or not, generosity persists. Hope remains possible. Winter can be survived. Not because someone proved it's true, but because someone keeps doing the work that makes it true. Flying, giving, continuing. Every Christmas, every winter, every moment of darkness when humans most need to remember that light still exists. That's the story. That's the truth beneath every version of the story. That's what 1649 revealed and what 2025 maintains. Someone is still flying through winter, still giving gifts, still maintaining the fragile possibility that generosity is real. And as long as that's true, as long as Aoki keeps flying, winter cannot win. Darkness cannot claim total victory. Despair cannot be the final word. Because somewhere, in the space between impossible and undeniable, between myth and reality, between magic and work, someone is still trying, still caring, still flying. And that changes everything. The end. Subscribe before next winter comes, because the work continues. And so should you.